Welcome in, everybody! It's AEL University Elite Series with Marvel Rivals, here with Matsy and 2Tap Tony. And we are proud to bring you another night of pure chaos, and proudly brought to you by our sponsors. A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world! AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And of course, HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
That's it, Tony. And make sure you check out Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie meat goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. So big shout out to each and every single one of our sponsors there. You know, you love them and we certainly appreciate them. So big shout out to each and every one of them, and a big shout out to our teams here. Let's take a look at how things are shaping up so far. As you can see, UNSW Raw on top, Tony, but let's break it down.
Yeah, UNSW Raw sitting on top. They, I believe, just got a well-deserved dub last week against the Monash Mutants. That's why Monash Mutants 5-1, QUT and UTS as well at that 5-1 mark. RMIT and Macquarie Onyx not too far behind though, Matt, 4-2, and then of course the other RMIT team, RMIT Red, currently 3-3, and as well Swinburne sitting pretty comfortable at that 8th place, 3-3 as well. So this top of the table looking pretty good.
Yeah, looking pretty solid, but now it's going further down the scale. It's Adelaide in 9th place there, followed closely by UNSW Howl, and it'll be closely followed by a Deakin, a UCID, and a Macquarie Crimson here, each taking a win each. The Monash Maniacs falling short there in 14th. Yet to take a win, but this could be their week. This could be their time to shine. And, you know, my hope, as always, every single season, is for every team to take a win. So I hope that this week, this is their time. And speaking of a time, it's time to take a look at our next series. It's Macquarie Onyx taking on Macquarie Crimson. My goodness. Can you believe it?
This is it's going to be an interesting one. This is going to be an interesting one, man. A little inter-uni rivalry potentially here between these two teams. Macquarie Onyx, of course, is Tashi, Tool, Squashy, Accelerate, Clove, and Nascent. And then all the other side, Macquarie Crimson, it's Butter, Lil Curry, SRG, Hypel, Raremosaurus, and Meromat, of course. This is going to be an exciting one because, you know, I imagine both these uni teams, both these sister teams, of course, want to prove who's the better one.
Yeah, want to show what they got, show who can come out on top of this one. Love to see it, and eager to kick off with a bang into this one. You know, I'm curious where they're going to be placed first. You know, their first map in Domination. Maybe we go to one of the less played ones. Nope, we're going to be going straight to Burnin' T'Challa.
Burnin' T'Challa. Domination to kick it off, man. What better way to decide who of these teams is going to come out on top, who's going to come out raring to go. Of course, checking out the bands for you to kick it off. It's a one-sided gambit lock-in here for the likes of Macquarie Crimson. I kind of respect that one, showing their sister team that they want to start hot, they want to start early, and they want to bring a very strong pick like Gambit to play.
It's really almost unbelievable that they've been able to push that one through first. I can't believe it. I'm shocked with what Macquarie Onyx are bringing to the table here. Looks like Crimson are going to be targeting around that Daredevil there, so at least they know where their focus lies. Won't be seeing Mantis on either side either, so it's kind of interesting to see what Macquarie Onyx is taking into this one. It almost feels like they're trying to replicate the play of Gen G in a sense here.
Yeah, definitely trying to just kind of get a little bit of a stronger band system in structure here. Of course, for the side of Onyx, though, I have to give them credit, Matt. They saw the Gambit lock in, so they immediately took the Rogue away. That team up, quite a hard one to deal with, really allows Rogue to get going in some of those neutral engagements. We can see a Black Cat lock here for Macquarie. Okay, that's one we haven't seen yet.
Ooh, we're bringing out the calling card, Tony. Definitely eager to see that one come into the fold here. And curious how much damage they're going to be able to do, you know. Obviously, going to be late into, I guess, season 7.5, so curious if there'll be any changes for Black Cat heading towards season 8, towards the tail end of next week, I think, even. So get excited for that, everybody. It'll be a new season and new heroes with it. But next Protect is going to be a Daredevil, most likely, for Macquarie Crimson here. Ooh. So that's going to be interesting. Single-sided Daredevil. We've got the Black Cat on deck as well. Obviously, Crimson can bring it out if they want. It's not banned. But yeah. Onyx got one more to them.
Yeah, my question is, Onyx are going for a lot of kind of crazy, I guess, like off-the-wall bans that normally we don't get to see. But, you know, we'll see a pretty stock standard one let through for the end there. We'll take away the Elsa from likes of Macquarie Onyx. So now, Crimson without the Elsa, but the Daredevil to play with, Matt. And I feel like this is it's a little of an exciting one, you know, having that Daredevil available for the side of Macquarie Crimson compared to what we've seen already out of Macquarie Onyx, what they're capable of on that Daredevil. But they're going to be bringing the Spider-Man and Black Cat to play. Very dive-heavy tool on the Venom as well. Squashy can probably get in there pretty effectively. And plus, 2 dive-heavy strategists. Luna and White Fox pretty ready to support that one.
Yeah, it's just complete mobility composition here. Like, Squashy can support the diving motion there on the Thor, you know, manage to charge straight into battle. Tool one the same on the Venom, so everybody can essentially just absolutely strike with an iron fist into this one. And yeah, I'm curious to see how Crimson will adapt. I mean, they've got the Thing coming out, so at least that's a solution, but considering the whole team is pretty quick, I don't know if it's going to be able to deal with all of them necessarily. And now, the gates are open, Tony. Here we go. It's time to charge into battle.
It's an exciting one. The first time we get to see Black Cat here in the university competition, Matt. And my eyes are on how well Tashi's picked it up, right? We know Tashi's one of those guys who can definitely get a lot of hours in, and definitely is one of those guys that has been known to master a ton of the heroes in the rotation. So keen to see how this one plays out, especially where he decides to up artifacts here. Puts a lot on play. We're already seeing Accelerate secure a quick KO there on the Star World, dashing on top of a lot of them. He's to pull back a little bit. Needs to get a little bit of help from the strategist here. Things flashing away through this front line.
And front to back, we're ready to try and crack through the armor. And gonna be seeing if they can calm things down as we'll be focused up. Need a rumble. Sarji, good to focus around, but needs to take it easy. Ooh, nascently going down as well. So it's a big bounce back here from Crimson, where it's going to be able to square up and take him away. A good flip of the mission area, and Crimson are in control here. So going to be looking really strong onto this one. Curious what Onyx can do to kind of dictate the pace here. I see Tools changed it up onto the Strange there, so definitely look to get things back into proportion here. But I mean, Beware is just, yeah, really able to stop them in their tracks. I like how Accelerate is kind of going for a bit of a flank here, though. Focusing down some of the strategists. You can see their Invisible Woman player is already getting pelted down layer by layer, but they just aren't able to get that follow-up into the KO here. So gonna have to fall back. They do eventually trade one out, so good from Nascently there, but I mean, Crimson are just doing a great job of just hitting this domino effect.
Yeah, really good at securing these quick KOs for them. Double for Hyper. And strong control of the ground as well. You can see taking up on that high ground as well. Now, it's Onyx on a little bit of a back foot. You can still see Accelerate poking around, trying to find these environmental KOs off of the side of the point there. And, some great shots from Tashi coming out. They've swapped up the comp here. Tashi's no longer on the Black Cat. Matt doesn't really feel like it's kind of suiting them right now.
Yeah, and you can feel that they're kind of experimenting, right? Trying their best to see what's going to work for them. I like the change up to the Phoenix here. They can pelt them down with a ton of damage there. Obviously, having that Agamotto going to be great. Meteor into the clobbering time. All good. They won't be able to prime it up to go low down, though. Nascently keeps them primed up with the dance floor, but it's only for so long. We're going to be hitting the first impact, onwards to the second, and that's all they're right as Tashi and Accelerate bite back with a great haste.
Yeah, that was a great Endstong Inferno to answer the Kraken impact, and now we can see still point percentage building up for Macquarie. They go to 99 at least. And for the likes of Onyx, at least they're able to flip the point back. Had to burn a lot of ultimates there. I believe Accelerate did use that spectacular spin. So Macquarie Onyx probably going to have to play a little bit more neutral heavy going into later engagement here. Squashy, of course, starting to build up to that Meteor M. Could be good at shutting down this Galactic Legend that might be coming in here from SRG pretty quickly.
Yeah, they're ready to engage at the moment's notice here. You know, they've got that Raging Royal Flush at the ready, so we could see the Raging Legend right around the corner, but not with Squashy is shutting down Raramosaurus there, and more to follow. They're trading out the KOs blow for blow here. This is great stall from Onyx onto this one. They are managing to take down the priority targets piece by piece here. This is exactly what they needed to build themselves up to a bit more ult charge and to stall out the mission area control a bit longer.
Yeah, but on the plus side, Macquarie, they still haven't used that Raging Legend that we expect to see here, especially with the Gambit in play. We expect to see the Raging Royal Flush from Raramosaurus pretty quickly. Tashi trying to control this low ground, caught in a little bit of a predicament, too far forward. That's the unfortunate part sometimes. The Phoenix not able to reposition as effectively. Galactic Legend coming through. He's going to be SRG fighting Nascently. We'll see Kumiho traded out here from Macquarie Onyx. They will be able to find Accelerate though. So Crimson still winning out this fight for the moment. They'll go for a little bit of a spin, try to get that White Fox low and take it out pretty quickly. Squashy needing to retreat. Overtime World Sick. Portal's going to be coming in from Accelerate, but do they have the time here, Matt?
Well, I think they might have the time, Tony. They're looking pretty good for the moment. Ensong coming out there from Tashi to stall as well. And they are going to be able to bounce around the mission area. Kraken Impact coming out from Hyper. They're already pretty low on health, though, and might be looking lower here by the second. Tashi and Accelerate combining forces here, trying to lock it down. Boer locks him in with the clobbering time, but isn't able to commit much from it there as they take too much damage and are being completely overwhelmed off the mission area. Macquarie Crimson in a bit of trouble now as the OT timer flips sides. Crimson not looking to get there, don't have the Strange up in time. Will try maybe, but no. They scope it out and they will get shut down. So, Berta T'Challa off to a good start for Onyx.
Yeah, that was a pretty close one. Props to Macquarie Crimson. They definitely came to fight here tonight against the likes of Macquarie Onyx, and those are some good fights overall. Just unfortunate timing there. Didn't have quite the portal there up for Beware to try and get themselves back in. But for Macquarie Onyx as well, they kind of had themselves tested a little bit. Tried to tinker with the comp a little bit, and it didn't really quite work out. Forced them to more comfort picks. We're going to be seeing potential swap up here. Accelerate going to be over towards the Strange. And I'll be seeing Squashy give Iron Man a go. This is an interesting one.
I kind of like to see it, especially with the new costume coming into the game alongside our part of the Doomsday events, right? Maybe looking to put that into motion there. Curious if there'll be any changes, those characters for that matter. But no, looks like Squashy is playing into their Vanguard role again, into the Venom this time around. So, need to see how much Venom Squashy can bring into this fight, because they're going to have to really fight hard onto this one. And we're going to go for the big dive in a second. You can see they're scoping out the battle, ready to go. But they'll just farm an aura for a second.
Farming aura a little bit with the Iron Man too. Squashy faked me out, Matt. But it seems like Accelerate over towards the Black Cat. So still seeing a little bit of tinkering here from Macquarie Onyx. Squashy getting all the tendrils on top of the entire team. Accelerate diving through and slashing away. We'll go for the Helm of Hades to get that little bit of a line of sight through the wall here for the rest of Macquarie, and they're still going. Squashy's already got Feast of the Abyss, and it will not be able to pick up anything. Tool, though, with the Maelstrom, at least able to find something. Squashy's still going, Matt. There's only so far you can go before you lose all of your HP, so Squashy finally going to fall back.
It does at least allow their teammates to charge up a bit longer, though. You know, they're almost on the edge of 4 ults here, but I mean, Crimson are pretty close to even more than that. Well, they won't need it. Nascently shuts down Lucari there, and more to follow off the back of a huge Maelstrom, and the Apex Predator shutting them down. So great ult usage coming out from Onyx there. They don't overcommit to the fight. They use what they need necessary there to clear things out. So Good positioning from them, Tony. Now it's time for the comeback.
And Macquarie Crimson trying to walk back out and just fact check myself. It was the Fall Team Flame Orb map, not the Helm of Hades. That's a different one completely. There's a lot of artifacts that Accelerate can go for, and yeah, it's going to be a dash and slash through the entire Macquarie side with a great Agamotto from Tool. And that will, of course, be the calling card used by Accelerate. So using this Black Panther a little bit more effectively, will go for another Flame Orb here, and you can see just the lighter sight that allows here all of the info from Accelerate. You're kind of playing Black Cat like you would a Daredevil.
Yeah, it's just a very dive-centric type character, isn't it? You know, you're able to play pretty aggressively around the back line there, prime up, just like what they were thinking of doing for Crimson here. They aren't yet. Ooh, Royal Flush coming out. Raramasaurus combining it with the Galactic Legend. SRG 202 trying to break through, but the dance floor is allowing Onyx to sustain through this one. Accelerate's in deep trouble. Agamotto comes out. They tried desperately to burst through there. Will eventually get some traction. Will bite back from Accelerate, but I mean, it's one and done in that regard. They are looking for more where that came from. So a pretty big commitment, I'd say, coming out from Crimson here, but now Onyx are biting back.
And Squashy was just trying to stall the time up to 99. Did find that KO onto SRG with the Feast of the Abyss, but Squashy going to be sent back to spawn here. The rest of Macquarie, they're going to have to reset. Accelerate, still kind of poking all the way, trying to get those credits up here. Find another useful artifact. Of course, there's a ton that can be very helpful for Macquarie in this Onyx, in this retake situation. Do have Maelstrom or Tool. Of course, that combination with the Invis is quite deadly. We've seen recently where making a little bit of chip damage. Great pull onto the Strange, but that's on top of the backline there. So Hyper gonna be taken out. Accelerate too, still slashing away through this backline. It's another from Tool, looking very impressive in this Doctor Strange. SRG just trying to stall the point a little bit longer, but it's captured by Macquarie. Onyx 99 to 97. I don't know if they have the portal up here. It will be done, Matt. Macquarie Onyx lock it down in 2.
Well done, well played, as they will step to fruition and take control. So, going to be great traction coming out from them and theirs into this one. Yeah, just a pretty confident pursuit basically the whole way through, right? It just kind of felt like Crimson weren't able to really, I guess, find those right combinations they needed. Like, they just kind of threw ults at a fight just cause. Especially like what you saw towards the end there. You know, they committed 3 ults kind of just for the sake of it and didn't get much return. And then Onyx only really needed to use 1 in response. So I think it's just that discipline that needs to be kind of honed in on. And curious to see if they are going to be able to lock that in deeper into the piece.
Yeah, I have to give credit to Macquarie Crimson. That first point was looking pretty good for them. You know, they were controlling the space pretty well. They were catching Macquarie Onyx a little bit off guard there. And well, Macquarie Onyx, of course, we see the players on this roster Accelerate, Squashy, Tashi, one of those, the trio of guys that kind of have a lot of competitive experience and can really kind of lock themselves back in after a little bit of a rough fight or a little bit of a rough 2 fights per se, and were able to dial it in there. And I was impressed by Accelerate there. We got to see a little bit of an inkling of the Black Cat, and it really showed its mark.
Yeah, it definitely made its mark there. I was happy to see it kind of find its place. You know, obviously sitting into the Season 7 side of things for quite some time. Yeah. It's great to see how things are playing out now and taking shape into Season 7.5, right on the edge of Season 8 around the corner. You know, it really makes me hopeful of how the meta is going to continue to develop heading towards the new season there. And everything there beyond, you know, because, I mean, the only other place to really get a showcase of 7.5 right now is within MRC. So it's great to see what creative approaches some of the players are taking towards the current season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very exciting one once, you know, we get out of Season 7.5 and we go into Season 8. And, of course, you know, the addition of new heroes, the addition of, you know, some probably falling out of meta. Maybe some get hit quite hard with the nerf hammer. And then some we see maybe come to fruition a little bit more. You know, I was excited to see, you know, looking at the patch notes all the way back when 7.5 hit, was Ultron really coming into their own. Of course, the meta really shifting back to potentially going into more flyer centric, because we haven't seen a flyer meta in quite a while. It still seems like Dive's the current flavor of play, and it doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon.
Nah, it doesn't seem to be changing at all, Tone, and hey, I'm all for it. One thing I want to change is that triple strategist lineup. I don't know if my wish will come true, much like the rest of the community yet, but maybe in the future we'll see that burn. But no, for now it's going to be thriving. And yeah, I'm curious what else is going to be kind of put to the fold later on into the piece there. You know, maybe we see more triple Vanguard compositions in the future. Much like the only place we kind of see it is on Spawn Hold at the moment. But hey, maybe we see it as a mainstay. Maybe. Nah, no goats meta. No. We are going to be having a good old time, though, on Central Park. Our next map is going to be Midtown. Apologies. It's going to be Midtown on our Convoy map. So, a little bit ahead of ourselves there, Tony. You know, I was hoping for the map of many draws, but no. It's going to be all in on Midtown.
Yeah, I've seen one too many draws on that one, Matt. Maybe if we go to a third, we might see Central Park, but of course for now we'll see Midtown. And it appears to be a lot of these university teams kind of bread and butter. Midtown's a very structure-heavy map, of course. You have to break a lot of walls, break a lot of lines of sight. You have to also be careful as an attacking side of those lines of sight, because we have, of course, down main, you have all of the high ground down in the bunker to the bottom right, where we see a lot of teams, as you've alluded to, play a lot of that spawn hold comp, like your triple, and just sit there with Groot, with Loki, and with Adam, and just hold for a million years on that one corner. So hopefully we don't get to see that. Hopefully it's a little bit more of an exciting game, because I really don't want to see spawn hold again.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for. Might happen. We'll see, though. We'll see. I think the teams can get very creative, especially, you know, within the Elite Series. So curious what they're going to be able to come up with here. Double curious if Onyx will ban Gambit into this one. But yeah, there we go. So they are going to ban it this time. Obviously avoided it into the last piece there, but this time around, they will be looking to play around it. So this does enable Crimson to pick up the first protect on this one, and it's either going to be Invis or Elsa. Looks like Invis is going to find priority here. So we are seeing that slight shift away from the first focus towards the Elsa Bloodstone. You know, obviously into 7.5, Elsa did receive some changes compared to Season 7 there, and so the priority is a little bit lower. Albeit, Elsa's ult still has a huge impact. It's just maybe not as impactful as a whole there. So single-sided Mantis so far, and you have Invis enabled for Crimson. They're looking to ban away the DD again, though.
Yeah, I think the Daredevil's a good call, especially with Macquarie, Onyx. They're two very capable DD players. Tashi and Accelerate both can really bring that one to fruition. And yeah, I worry if I'm Macquarie if I have to go against that. Both teams going to be banning out Loki. I was worried about that one, and of course that one shifts a little bit higher in the priority, especially with the fact that Macquarie Onyx did get that Mantis lock-in, and a one-sided Mantis lock-in. So they're going to have Invis Mantis going into this one. Macquarie Crimson, what do they decide here? Do they think there is a Strange potential ban here, Matt? We've seen Strange a little bit, especially on Convoy, where teams try to portal back to contest here. And it's a very good kind of last hurrah ban going in, and when teams aren't expecting it, it could have a deadly impact.
Would have a cracking impact if you're not careful. But it is going to be the Phoenix band away now, so big focus from Crimson, mostly towards the impact makers in the duelist department for Onyx there. I mean, I understand it, but this also gives Onyx so much more to play with. And the thing is, even if they kind of ban around their duelists, it's not like they can just play one character. They're not one-trick ponies. They can play a lot more than that. Just like how you see Accelerate kind of hovering over the Blackout right now. Tashi may be looking to play into the Black Widow, maybe? I don't know if they'll lock that in for real. We'll see. One thing I'm most interested in right now, Tony, is Squashy on the Groot.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, because we've seen Squashy realistically mostly on Venom, right? And normally Squashy's a pretty Venom kind of guy, but can play a lot of different other Vanguards. Also strategist, of course. Squashy You know, his main role is strategist, does opt to play a Vanguard here for Macquarie Onyx, and yeah, I feel like he's just a very flexible guy. So bringing out Groot, pretty strong one. Could set up Tashi for some good picks if he actually opts to keep this Black Widow, which seems to be the case. I believe he's walked out of spawn with it. And for the likes of Macquarie Crimson, though, they're kind of, I guess, like very meta-centric with their composition, right? We got the Cloak Invis, we got that Venom for the dive with the Psylocke here. They can 3-2-1 pretty effectively, and as well, we have to mention Trippy in for SRG. Maybe Macquarie Crimson come back with a fighting form.
I think that there's a bit of strategy behind this Black Widow pick here, Tony, because I think if you recall a certain coaching session that Tashi's had before, maybe they're thinking of playing the Black Widow around a bit of a portal play there to enable some flanking motion for themselves. But maybe not, you know, but it is a possibility. We'll see what they can muster, though, as Accelerate already manages to get the shutdown on Ra there, and will be traded out by Trippy. Hyper going down as well, so good exchange happening on the battlefield so far. No one really able to push ahead in the early stage, though. And Trippy is getting heavy focus on that Psylocke there. Really looking to just isolate Squashy out of this one.
Trippy took out Tool there. I believe Macquarie Onyx was trying to hold that high ground to the top left. That's where the initial engagement came down, but now they've got the space to take up through main if they want to. Trippy is going to quickly fall back. The safety of the strategist gets topped up here. Macquarie Crimson currently losing out in the space here. It feels like they need to take a little bit more. Tashi now over towards the Elsa. The Widow wasn't really working for them. And shots are coming out here. The Tool still in a bit of a strange off here against the likes of Beer Air. And Trippy on towards his backline, trying to deal with Tashi, but Tashi, of course, quite close, and his Strangling Prism comes out, locks up a few of the strategists, but that cloak bubble keeps them so healthy and keeps them up for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, good to enable them a little longer, and Squashy looking to get even stronger with their team there. So going to be a good for that one, and going to be a great for even more. We'll see. Get it of the floor with something grander in a second. Feast of the Abyss be ready and awaiting over the top for this one, and looking to lock it down in just a second. But Tashi, look at this, they're waiting, they're scouting on this one, ready to see if they can dispel any doubts in just a second.
Yeah, looking to see what they can do. Good costume here. Tashi showing it off. We'll see where that Apex Predator opts to go here, because of course Macquarie play up on the height. We're going to be seeing the ultimate out of Accelerate, dashing and slashing those claws through the backline. Not quite able to find anything. Turtle Bond comes through here, but the Apex Predator to pull the Cloak and Dagger out here. And that's the Eternal Bond now calling fate of both worlds for the side of Macquarie. It is going to be huge Agamotto from Beware, but it is going to be counteracted here. Onyx are still fighting their mark here. Visible Boundary comes out, and well, Tashi's now on the runaway. Has to deal with a Elsa of their own, and Hyper will get taken out. Beautiful 1v1, one out by Tashi, but the rest of the team has lost the point here, Matt.
They've lost it out, and will be in a bit of trouble here. Onyx need to desperately try and fight ahead of this one, see if they can keep Herbie at bay. Do have the Agamotto at the ready, but I mean, Tashi going down isn't going to help them. It's going to hinder them. All in the same, though. Clove will be able to shut down Beware. It's going to be the Strangling Prison. Oh, Squashy going massive there. Finds the double down. Onwards to triple. It's Squashy online, everybody. Huge work coming out from them with the supporter Tool as well. That's how you get it done, Tony.
Yeah, not every day we get to see Squashy on the group, but it pays dividends here for Onyx on their hold. And now only 28 seconds for Macquarie. They do have Feast of the Abyss and the Dance of the Butterfly match, so that could be a quite effective combo if they're able to isolate just enough targets there with that Feast of the Abyss. Will go deep towards the back line. Great snowball there to stop it. Feast of the Abyss comes out, but Boundary's answered. Dance of the Butterfly's not going to do all too much because nobody is dangerously low here from the side of Onyx. They're quite healthy in numbers. They're quite healthy in players. They're getting pushed off the point. Squashy going for another double KO here, and it is all she wrote for that one. Overtime will tick. The portal I don't think is going to hit from Rifle. It will be overtime down. Agamotto from Tool for good measure. And Macquarie Onyx, Matt, they'll hold it at 125 meters.
Certainly showcasing their strengths onto that one. Really proud of their defenses, you know. Really strong hold coming through. And now we're going to bring that energy onwards to their attacking side here. As Tashi hovers over the Iron Man this time. So, seems like there's a lot of men in the iron suit there. Keen to see if they bring that out for real. Yeah, Bucky, Squashy. Okay. I'm keen to see what Mero can do on this Cloak and Dagger, though, Tone.
Yeah, we saw a very effective Eternal Bond. It did get shut down, unfortunately, but that was a great one to kind of open up that fight for Crimson in that initial engagement, and then kind of got shut down there. But, I mean, Macquarie, pretty solid composition they built around themselves now. Have that Namor for the anti-dive, because Accelerate has been on their backline constantly, so Trippy looking to help out his strategist a little bit more, and of course Hyper going to be bringing the group Punisher here. We see what that can do in MRC, in MRI, a very effective composition here for Macquarie. Their front line going to be very hard to deal with here for the likes of Macquarie Onyx, but they've got some different things. We've got Tashi over to the Penny here, and yeah, as we alluded to, Squashy as well. Bucky might look for a cheeky little hook or two. We see what Tashi can do with that Bucky over in MRI, so hopefully Squashy's taking notes from his teammate.
Yeah, certainly going to be hopeful they've got some tips from their teammate there, or otherwise they've got their own strengths to put on full showcase here. It will be. Taking it slow and steady over the mission vehicle so far, but we're trying their best to isolate the fight, but Tool is just shutting down their backline. They're just treating the group there as basically an obstacle there to overcome, and they will overcome piece by piece here. Good motion from Squashy as well. Bionic hook. Oh, it's huge! Well done to Squashy, taking control of that one. Macquarie Crimson now forced to reset, see if maybe they can play into it with Lil Curry here on the Venom. Maybe a portal, but they're getting towards the end of the line real quick, Tony. They need an answer.
Oh, this is cheeky.
No.
They're going to be setting up the nest. They're going to be setting up everything. Another port from Squashy as well. And the Groot is taken out, but we're not really long for this world right now. Squashy still putting in the threat. Accelerate as well. Mero's taken out, Matt. And Macquarie Crimson is slowly getting their numbers dwindled here. It is going to be Squashy once again. A triple KO on the Bucky here. And we're going to be seeing Lil Curry at least attempt to stall, but gets pulled back perfectly by Clove and Dagger. And this is Macquarie Onyx now just flexing their muscle. They've got all the space. They've got all of the control. Not really much Crimson can do here. Maybe a portal to come out last minute here, because they're going to need it.
Gonna need it, but they're not gonna be able to speed it through. So that will be the half conceded and the map in favor of Macquarie Onyx. So coming out on top of that one with a ton of confidence. A good test, I'd say, for the Macquarie Crimson side there, and a nice friendly competition between sister squadrons from the same university.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be close like that, and it definitely was, Matt. At times they're on domination. At times they're on Midtown. We saw some good fights from Macquarie Crimson, and can't really fault them, right? They're you know, a newer team against a lot of experienced names here on the side of Macquarie Onyx. And as well, I believe, you know, I was talking to Tashi in the background. He's one that's been kind of lending a hand to Macquarie Crimson, you know, kind of taking them under his wing, mentoring them a little bit. So this is like a little bit of a, hey, you guys are doing well, but you can still improve from here, right?
Yeah, and I think it's important to be like humble, you know, to be open to that feedback, be open to ways that you can improve, so then you can take that into your own game and then look to aim as high as you can. You know, the sky is the limit in terms of a team's progression there and how far they can go. So hopefully, yeah, we see more improvements over time for them, and you're going to see that on a showcase heading into the future there. But still, a good game coming out from both squads there. You know, I think that Onyx certainly showcased some of their strengths there and flexibility, but Crimson, you know, they had some signs of life as well.
Yeah, definitely. I got to see a little bit more on domination there. They got the Gambit through, and I was hoping to see a little bit more of an explosive combination there with the Gambit Star-Lord in that first one on domination. Midtown, it felt like it was a very strong map for them, and of course, still, as we said, a lot to work on. But I like the picks. I like the way they're operating in the band draft here. For Macquarie Crimson, the only path here is up from them.
That's it. Up and up. It's their moment to take. But for now, we're going to take a moment to set up our next series. We'll be back soon, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody! It's Betsy and Two Tap Tony here with our next game of the AEL University Elite Series. UTS taking on Deacon, and they are about to be getting a hot streak on this one. But we got our rosters right here, right now. Two Tap Tony, break it down!
Yeah, absolutely. For the side of UTS, it is going to be Mickey, Washed Soon, Daryl, Jay Sune, and Anthony. And then for the side of Deacon, it's Rack M. Hen. It's Crispy Bread, Bumper Squid, Rollerball, Hero, and JJ. Matt, we've got quite a lot of familiar names here in both of these rosters. Quite a celebrity-starred lineup here.
Yeah, there's going to be a substitution of Kaiby in for Anthony there as well. So we'll be seeing Kaiby in this time around, everybody. Big shout out to Kaiby for coming on deck for this series. And speaking of the series, we are into it on Krakoa, the map of many portals, and we will be portaling our way straight into it on Domination as our draft begins. Gambit's gone, Mantis will stay.
And Gambit from both sides taken away. Mantis going to be locked in here for Deacon. So UTS are like, yeah, Loki pretty high prio. Ban moves up in the mix. They're going to be saving Invis as well. I believe either for Mickey. We've seen what Mickey can do on the strategist recently. Invis also a very strong one. But Deacon, one side Mantis, probably going to look towards either like an Elsa, Daredevil ban. I don't know if they probably go for a Daredevil ban here. I don't think they look at this UTS side. Maybe a Hulk, right? We know Daryl Banner can play a little bit of Hulk. He's been
oh, yeah.
I was going to say true to name, right, Matt? Daryl Banner feels like the Hulk guy. Ultron away from UTS, though.
Yeah, going to be pushed away from them this time around. And we'll see what the Protect will be in unison here. As they wait things out. Could take a single-sided Ultron if they wanted. Maybe get something else through. They're taking it easy. Daredevil.
Ooh.
We'll take focus this time, so it seems like the Devil is, being pretty focused across all series so far, Tone.
Yeah, dive meta, right? You know, we've seen Black Cat already. Daredevil, pretty much still a pretty strong pick, right? Nothing's really changed for Daredevil since Black Cat's introduction. You could even play Double Dive if you want. UTS currently other than that potential Black Cat and Daredevil. I don't know if Mickey's probably to game of bringing that one to the table, but yeah, Daredevil locked for both sides, so Deacon want to give that one a whirl as well. So we'll see a Devil off here going on to Krakoa Domination map.
Yeah, seems it will be the battle of the Devils. Who is going to be the most superior Devil, though? That is going to be proven. Will it be a JJ, the king of Wolverine? Now, taking a different suit of armor on the Daredevil. Will it be Kaiby? Subbing in for Anthony here tonight, and here to bring the power into this game. But now, though, we take game at our hero selections. Penny potentially being hovered over early into the piece. Yeah, I like to see Daryl Banner hovering over the Angela as well. You don't really see as much Angela these days. I guess it's more situationally picked here. But it's great to see that they're focusing over it on UTS for now. And you can see Deacon, they're playing into some team-ups there. They've got Groot and Mantis, so definitely take advantage of that one. And maybe find more where that came from with the Luna and White Fox team-up as well.
Yeah, Luna White Fox is a pretty strong backline and very effective at dealing with the dive that will probably come out of UTS, right? You can just snowball the Daredevil, you can snowball the Angela. And realistically, they're a non-factor in that fight for like a few seconds, and you can really sway the fight into your favor with just kind of stunning one player out, especially as well having the Mantis double stun potential here from Deacon. So look to see those two strategists, Hero and Rack M, really come to life here, especially with the dive that UTS are going for here as well.
Yeah, looking to lock it down, lock it in here. JJ looking to hunt down their enemies as well. Good scouting coming out from them. Daryl Banner, one and the same. You know, they're just going to be a nuisance up in the skies. Ooh, big assassin's charge there. Tries to lock them down into the waterfall, but won't be able to make them fall down towards the mission area. So good to help their team establish early presence over the capture point here, but all the same, they aren't able to take it fully into their favor yet.
Assassin's charged up once again for Daryl Banner, just kind of floating around. It will be a quick KO secured. JJ's going to be taken out as well on the rollerball. is not used to having this much pressure put on them, right? Rollerball normally a Vanguard player we've seen recently, but also happy to give the strategist role a go for Deacon, and clean fight from UTS, not really having to expend all too much, just winning out in the neutral, knowing the targets that they want to go for. Mickey a little bit too far forward, might need to fall back a little bit. Aggressive maneuvers, forced to walk away. He'll be just still in the back line here, trying to find some sort of a pick. Mickey has taken out JJ in the meantime, so they'll trade Daredevil for Daredevil.
Yeah, Devil for Devil and Border Follow. It's the attack of the strategists here. Mickey and Washed are absolutely washing them away there, Tony. Call them the washing machine lineup in the strategist book there. They are doing absolute work to take away their opponents, and you love to see it. But Deacon now, they're bringing out the Jeff, have the Emma on deck. I kind of like this. They've got good potential to try and shut them out of the fight here.
Yeah, that symbiotic team up will be very helpful in the neutral here as Deacon look to walk up on towards this point. UTS, though, can still have that Apex Predator online, the only ultimate that's actually online for either side here. Daryl still looking for a crucial Assassin's Charge here, not really quite able to find anything. The rest of them turn on to Bumper Squid, who's trying to threaten this backline, but very comfortable control from UTS. I like their attention to detail. We'll see soon now sweep around this point with the Spider sweep from Penny. We'll be able to set up the mines here, setting up the Urako mines and doing quite a bit of heavy work. Mickey as well. Still, the Strat just putting out so much damage, Matt. Not what you normally see from a backline.
And it goes to show the flexibility of their lineup there, you know, with Mickey obviously having a lot of focus in the duelist department in the past there. They're able to take their aim and prowess from that position into their work as a strategist as well. So it's very impressive to see them actively contributing, not just to sustaining their team, but also getting big KOs like Jaysune just secures their special delivery, and there's more to follow with Heaven's Retribution.
Yeah, Heaven's Retribution out Daryl. Gonna be locking up JJ there on the Daredevil. Not really much that he can do. Daryl's still hunting for this white box. It will be Kumio Unleashed coming out from Rakim, but immediately shut down. The focus from UTS is impeccable. That is just a clean 100-0 from them. Deacon, they tried to get on so many times, but so many times it was shut down. Just UTS. Matt, they were playing the neutral so effectively, not even needing to use ultimates to win those fights out.
Yeah, didn't need to commit basically anything to that one. So very impressed with how they managed to hold it together there and calm the storm with whatever they choose. Speaking of, UTS will give away their ult advantage in a way. So it's going to be unlucky. They're looking to play into the Black Cat instead, though. They'll be looking to work on towards that calling card nice and quick. Do have the Kumiho Unleashed available if required, but not yet. Deacon, though, they're making some changes as well. We got the Deep Wrath team up there coming out from JJ and Rollerball, so it's a bit of a classic one. Doesn't have as much power as I suppose it used to when it first was added to the game, but certainly can still have its time of day here.
Yeah, we haven't seen Eleanor Moore be too effective, but might look to come back going into Season 8. Right, Matt? It was going to see a lot of different change-ups, and maybe, you know, some of the dive characters get nerfed quite a bit, and see Flyers come back, and Helena Moore could be a very impactful duo in dealing with that. Still, we'll of course draw on the now. Daryl Banner floating around again with this Angela looking for some crucial pins. Bumper Squid, of course, swapping over to the Strange. Pretty good at allowing a little bit more front-end pressure. Bumper Squid on the Venom in that last point of domination. Struggled a little bit to take that space back for Deacon. And of course, paired up with Cloaking and Jeff is going to be sitting pretty healthy here, but still a ton of damage here from UTS. And look at their multi-pronged approach here. We've got a few players down towards the low ground, both the strategists playing out of the line of sight. And then, of course, you've got Daryl Banner floating around. You've got the duelists, both Kilby and Jaysune, still threatening pressure from different angles. This is a multifaceted approach from UTS.
Yeah, many different angles of this one, and more to follow. Kumiho Unleashed will allow them to push up with strength into this. Again, a washing machine attack all over again from our strategists here. Just absolutely cleaning house with the Kumiho Unleashed there, and Mickey providing ample support with their firepower also. So, well done to UTS onto this one. And they look to press the issue all over again. But it's JJ taking aim right now. Might be looking to do a bit the same. See if they can cut them out of the fight and then ignite the battle all the same. They take it slow and steady. Living Bullets online as well. They're ready to go with that one. And maybe can get a special delivery around the corner. Sune in trouble though. He's forced to concede a bit of ground.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Soon walking up with a penny. Going to be taking that KO quickly onto JJ. Kilby going to be popping forward with a calling card and looking to secure those quick KOs. Can dash pretty quickly. Plays more effectively than a Black Panther and a Daredevil combined. It's a quick one from Kilby. It is a quick fight won by UTS. And now they'll control the space a little bit more. Jason with a little bit of an aura walk. Daryl as well floating in the interim up to 85% in UTS. Looking to continue this control here, Matt. Deacon, they've got a few ultimates to play with, and they might have to walk with that Eternal Bond. Apex Predator from the backline will snipe up Hero, and that's a quick KO secured once again from UTS.
Yeah, Eternal Bond coming online from Rackham there, looking to wait it out. Mickey doing huge work all over again. Boundaries up, do have the eggs coming out as well. Spider sweep here soon. Trying their best to see if they can claw through. Kaibi going to be the one to find a double down there. Agamotto doesn't even matter. They lock him in place, but the rest of the team locks them out of this place with a ample attack there. A huge amount of momentum, and they will be able to push their way straight through to a clean, sweet victory on our first map of domination.
And domination's the word to say, Matt. Very fast play from UTS and great addition here in their composition. Of course, Daryl, we don't get to normally see here for UTS, and feels like the Vanguard lineup feels that little bit much stronger with him at the helm. You can take away his signature character, but of course he's got more heroes to play with. And checking out the final hits, Mickey matching Kaibi here, Matt.
Yeah, going to be able to match them KO for KO in that respect. So doing a pretty good job on that one. You know, it goes to show the strength of what's being showcased there. And there's a big reason why Mickey was able to lock down that MVP as well. You know, a combination of damage dealt there, final hits locked in, as well as the healing distributed towards their team. So a well-rounded player all in all there. You know, it goes to show. Maybe we might have a new self-dubbed Saipe of Os on our grounds, Tony. We'll see what happens, though. Shout out to Mickey for putting in the great work on that first map there.
Yeah, absolutely. Mickey put in some good work. But I have to give credit to Soon, right? That penny felt like a dive Vanguard in the hands of Soon. He was just up in the face, setting up nests there in the face of Deacon. There was nothing really they could do, but have to take out the nest first, then deal with the fight. And I've just received word, Matt, we will be going to Museum here for our second map. An exciting one, and one we normally see here in, Asia and O specifically, the Pacific region as a whole. Love to play Museum.
Yeah, I love to contemplate, you know. Love to be thinking about things. And we're going to be contemplating the outcome of this draft. It's going to be double gambits with the Mantis Protect immediately. It's not going to go any other way. If it does, then I guess I need more time contemplating. And here it is, Tony.
And double gambit bans for both sides. Not really having to think too much about that one. Just feels like a stock standard at this stage, right? Before, you know, it used to be a little bit kind of lopsided. You could see a lot of different things be banned away in seasons previous, but now gambit's just too strong, too hard to deal with. We'll see Invis lock in again here for Deacon. And for UTS, they can take this this ban draft a variety of different ways, Matt. They didn't really struggle with many of the characters there from Deacon in that last one, so I feel like they're probably just going to keep that same ban draft line that they went for, take away the Loki, because we know Deacon probably want to put that Mantis in play once again.
Yeah, and this does enable UTS to kind of protect either Invis or Mantis for themselves here, right? Because the presence that UTS were able to take advantage of by having that Invis was tremendous. So it makes a lot of sense why they want to get the Protect through onto it themselves, because they want to disengage Deacon from having even any opportunity to ban it away from them. One and the same, UTS can afford to wait here. We'll be looking a trade-off most likely of the Mantis bans into this one. See if that does come to be, however. Deacon starting to make some other hovers as well. I saw them briefly hover over Bruce Banner. There you go. So Hulk will be banned out, and Ultron, one and the same.
Yeah, really interested to see the thought process from UTS. You know, taking out that Ultron. Don't really want to have to deal with the Black Cat lock in here. Maybe it wasn't too bad on that one in the last one. We didn't get to see all too much of it because it was just a very dominant heads-up play from UTS. So maybe we'll get to see a little bit more Black Cat coming to play here on Museum of Contemplation. Matt, of course, you can go through the walls with that artifact, of course, the Ring of Zona. Very effective in maneuvering those sight lines that we see from a map like Museum. Deacon opting to take away the Venom themselves here. So a very interesting approach here. Maybe kind of scared of what UTS can do, especially with Soon. You know, we've seen what Soon can do pretty prominently. You know, Venom one trick, some would say, but also can play the penny as well. And Black Cat as well for Deacon. This is not what I was expecting.
Looking to match them in a way here, Tony. So we could be seeing a cat fight into this one. Curious who will be taking a victory as the claws come out there. No ban going to be locked through onto this one either. So unlucky. It doesn't matter. We are going to be locked in for now and ready to see what they can bring to the table. The good thing about having access to the Black Cat, if they play it, is that there's a lot of utility at its disposal, right? Because they can play into the Faultine Flame Orb there, get a reveal, and mark anyone who's nearby it, you know, acting kind of like a bit of a vision activator, if you will. So we'll see if they play into that. Even the Ring of Zona you talked about, you know, having the portal at the ready. There's just a lot of great utility that you can manage to put together when you're playing into something like Black Cat. But the problem is, you got to build up a bit of money before you kind of go for it, right? Maybe you need to use that Tablet of Destinies first.
Yeah, get the credits going before you can find yourself a good artifact, right, Matt? Some of them are pretty costly. The only one that's probably the cheapest is that Full-Time Flame Orb at 100. Tablet of Destinies as well. Does only cost 100. The others 200, so quite hard to get those ones going. But Deacon, you know, as we alluded to, we saw Ultron ban away there from UTS. That's probably to shut down JJ, who wants to play this Iron Man still. We'll see Vanpool here for Crispy Bread. Should be an exciting one in dealing with that dive. But UTS, though, they're playing a very interesting setup once again. Daryl Banner kind of holding that front end pressure with the thing. The rest of them going to be sitting a little bit more safely in the back line. Out of lines of sight here. Daryl needs to be cautious there. Almost getting taken out by the upfront damage from Deacon.
Yeah, going to be in a bit of a tricky situation as Bumper Squid will be able to bump them out of the fight there. So, good beginning to come through and maybe looking to activate it even more. But the BRB has brought them straight back, so it doesn't even matter. I'm the same. Bumper Squid goes down by Daryl Banner, so a decent beginning. JJ on the Iron Man. That's what I'm interested in right now, Tony, because they have shut down Kaibi.
Yeah, beautiful shot down. That's the unfortunate part about playing a dive-centric character like your Daredevil, like your Wolverine, like your Black Cat. You get in a little bit too deep and you don't really have an escape plan because long cooldowns here for some of these dive characters in a game like this. It's very hard to deal with counteracting. Like to UTS, they're still going to be holding this corner pretty effectively. Daryl and Sue just kind of setting up the nest, setting up the mines, setting up the punches here to be thrown. Bumper Squid gonna have to fall back in critical HP. Could be one and the same though. He's gonna look to pop forward, dash back, looks for JJ, but that one's gonna be secured by Jaysune.
Yeah, Jaysune here to play, here to stay. Daryl Banner gonna be the one to play around with soon though. Good KOs on their front, and they will be able to secure this first choke point into their favor. They're gonna need a pretty big play here in combination. Maybe play the Agamotto into the Invincible Pulse Cannon there with JJ. That could actually be the recipe, Tony, but we'll see if they get a chance to do it, because Wash is already thinking about pushing out the Seer here.
Yeah, the Seer could be really good. Simply up the damage here, and it is going to be Apex Predator coming out from Jaysune, kiting them out of the invisible boundary, but it's the Invincible Pulse Cannon from JJ that sets up for two. The BRB brings Jaysune back after that Apex Predator was used. is going to be Thing pushing forward. Washed is going to take out Bumper Squid. Suit's taken out. JJ still positional advantage given over to UTS because Soon is hovering around that mission vehicle. Deacon, they don't have any more cover. They're going to have to fall back a little bit. The pulse cannon was big, but in the follow-up, just that little bit better from UTS.
Yeah, just a little bit quicker to activate here and ready to lock it down again. JJ, good trickle of damage there. No one's really shutting them down. Speaking of, Akamoto does get cancelled at the last second. Bumper Squid in a bit of trouble there. Mickey's great with the freezers. Maybe learning some of that tech from Moxicles, Tony. We'll see what they can come up with now.
Well, Daxu maybe. I was going to say, we were speaking about the Flake Looter last week from Daxu and Moxicles, both pretty comfortable staples on that hero. But of course, Deacon now still under threat, under fire, looking for their way back in towards this fight here. And still, Daryl Banner now swapping over to this Angela being an absolute pest, just floating around here. We'll see Calling Card Kilby going to be going towards the back, looking for something, but not quite able to follow up all of the damage. Everybody's marked here. It is a quick KO there on towards the White Fox. Daryl on the JJ. Kraken Impact going to come out from Rollerball, trying to set something up here in play from Deacon, but it is a clean KO feed here from UTS. Everybody getting involved, and it now will be the full-time Flame Orb once again for the Wall Hacks. They've got all the info, Matt, and they've got all the space once again. Look at how far up UTS are.
They're so far, and it's forcing Deacon to play into a portal here with only seconds remaining. They desperately need to hold them off. Boundary coming up as well. They've already lost Rackham, though. JJ tries to get one, does find Mickey there with the Invincible Pulse Cannon, so not too shabby. Oppa Squid wanting the same, just trying to tame this situation, but it could be a little too late from here as Deacon committed a lot of ultimates to that. They do have Kumiho unleashed, so there's at least some patience there, but all in the same, Tony, this is a pretty dicey one.
Daryl looking for the touch. Portal's going to come out from Soon pretty quickly and going to 2 meters here. It's going to be the Assassin's Charge potentially to go off of the point here, but Bumper Squid's able to float back up. JJ now putting J-Sune and the rest of this backline under fire because they portaled back in on the backside of Deacon. Nobody's there on the mission vehicle to touch Deacon. Are stopped at 104 meters, Matt. Just so close from getting that first point, getting themselves some extra time, but UTS, they come back in fighting form there and beautiful portal play out of them.
Really a solid portal play in reaction there, you know, just so impressed with how they managed to hold it together, and it does go to show just how strong that Strange pick can be, you know, and that also goes to show why it gets banned now more often than not here and there, you know, to shut down some of those big situations. Speaking of, we are going to be jumping in to the next round ahead. And JJ, I see you. They're playing into the Elsa.
Yeah, the Elsa here for JJ. Enough messing around. He means business now. No Iron Man. It's going to be Elsa. And, of course, we saw Rollerball go over towards the Winter Soldier. So, Deacon changing up some things here. Bumper Squid going to be playing that Penny pretty good at holding. And soon, I set up the nest early, I believe, just trying to get that extra HP across the UTS board. And, well, we're going to be seeing what they can do here. J-Sune down to the Phoenix, Daryl over to Groot. So a few things changed up from UTS. We'll see what they can do here. Looking for probably an early hook here. Rollerball, if he can secure that bionic hook, could be absolutely catastrophic. But the Mines will take out Mickey first.
Yeah, we'll take him out and maybe take it more where that came from as UTS. Just the press up here. BRB gonna bring Daryl straight back into the fight there, and means UTS have the advantage here. Bumper Squid trying to stop that in its tracks nice and quickly here. Just needs to find what they can deliver. Speaking of, the Eggs already getting focused up by Soon there, and to see if they can get more where that came from as they dish out some damage from afar, and this clears the space for their team to just keep on pushing.
Yeah, this is just such effective vanguardsmanship here from Soon, just playing in that corner, knowing that Deacon have to kind of turn and deal with him at the same time the rest of UTS are poking. It's again that multifaceted approach that UTS seem to want to incorporate here. Will be webbed up for the moment, but all of the space is here. Deacon still have control of the mission vehicle, UTS is still trying to fight them here in this room. They will secure some quick KOs, and Penny needs to get away. Bumper Squid's taken by Jay Sune on the hunt. Now a portal might have to come in here from Deacon if they want to stop this one from finishing off here.
Yeah, they're going to have to get there quick smart, but it's not quick enough. It's over and out, Tony. GG, well played. UTS on top of this one. So, that will be that, everybody. What a hasty endeavor all the same. UTS are going to be our victors here into this one.
And this feels like, yeah, okay, Washed, you know, he was fighting with that rocket, shooting that gun pretty well. I'd say, overall, looking at that series, I was very impressed with Soon, right? They took away his Venom. Doesn't matter. Soon played a effective Penny, and we saw it there in that last fight. He was able to walk up, throw that nest down, control all of the space, and Deacon, they have to walk back. They have to get out of that web of mines that's put in play there by Jay Sune. Daryl as well, super impressed with how flexible he can be, especially with the fact that he doesn't have the Hulk in play. Played the Angela, played the Groot very well. So overall, UTS, you know, it was star-studded lineup.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. They displayed a full track of confidence there and really managed to showcase their prowess to its fullest extent. So, yeah, well done, well played. Can't say anything more to that. And Deegan, you know, one and the same. I definitely was impressed with some of the plays they brought through. I think that their chance, it wasn't today, but they will have another chance ahead. So don't count them out. You know, there's still something cooking in the lab there. Speaking of cooking in the lab, though, everybody, we are going to be heading to a break while we cook up our next series. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everybody! Matzy and 2Tap Tony, eyes wide open and ready for our next matchup. It's gonna be none other than QUT taking on UNSW Raw in our next best of 3 endeavor. And here we go. It's roster time, Tony.
Yeah, the rosters for you, it's QUT, it's Orexi, Ashtrays, Talisman, Aradet, Zymerin, and Fox. And then, of course, for the side of UNSW Raw, Mats, Frost, Runk, Lick, Resh, Nuva, and Yu Wang. And again, I said it after the last one. I'm going to say it in this one. A star-studded lineup for both teams as we go into the band draft once again. A Gambit's already born. Lightning quick.
Gambit is always folded away, and Mantis is potentially prioritized, but no. They're thinking about the Ultron hover here. You can see they're thinking, they're focusing. It is going to be Ultron locked down into this one, Tony. So I love to see the shift of focus on strategists in real time. It is going to be Mantis banned away just as quick, though. So we get a shout out to QUT for that one. We'll prioritize the Invis for themselves here, and eager to see what they can do.
Yeah, excited to see what they can do. Of course, we know Rexy in the MRI has been pretty flexible in what Rexy can play. So yeah, they save the invis for either Rexy or Fox. It's a pretty stock standard strategist save here from QUT. Interesting to see from UNSW Raw, one-sided Ultron is not one we normally see every day. Normally it's like a Mantis or a Loki, not an Ultron here, Matt. They'll take away the Jeff as well here. Probably scared of, I believe it's Rexy that plays a lot of Jeff, right?
You'd be correct. Rexy definitely has been known to play a lot of Jeff in the past. I don't know about so much these days, right? But definitely a player even with a lot of strength on that hero. So, next thing that could be banned is a Looter. I think they're just trying to ban Rexy entirely. Maybe not. White Fox, maybe? They're thinking about it. So, ooh, Venom. No. Yep. But Hulk. they're just cycling heroes, Tony, until they land on the right one. And I think they've hit the jackpot with that ban.
Yeah, that one's probably directed towards Ashtrays, who we've seen play the Hulk throughout the Elite series here. Matt Psylocke. Gonna be the last save here for UNSW Raw, and you know who that's for. That's definitely for Nuva. QT. They've got their final ban here. What do they pick? There's a lot of things that are still up here for this UNSW Raw side if they want to bring it through. White Fox going to be taken away. We're going to be seeing Ultron Psylocke for UNSW Raw potentially, which is a scary one, Matt, because that's a lot of good poke potential, and as well, we've seen what Nuva's capable of on this Psylocke in Elite Series already. UNSW Raw as well, they get the Jeff for themselves.
Yeah, and it's kind of terrifying considering who's on it, because we've seen what Runk can do on the Jeff a lot in the past. There's a reason why Runk was one of the top players in the region on that character for a very extended amount of time. Are they still in their prime, though? That's to be tested as we jump into the game here and now, Tony. It's time to take aim at the first point of contact. Let's see which team is going to be able to get the driver's seat into their possession nice and early in on this one. Looks like we do actually have Yu Wang the One playing in for UNSW Raw this time. So to see them actually coming out on this roster here.
Yeah, and I just want to allude to a little small thing as well. Frost on the Punisher. Normally Frost is a Vanguard player. He's a sub for JFT. Yeah, okay, I was getting... That felt a little bit funny. I was like, Punisher? I was
worried about that.
Yeah, Punisher for Frost, really? But yeah, Vanpool, pretty much a staple of
Frost
his...
is trying to be Peter.
Frost is trying to be Peter, yeah. He's trying to impersonate his teammate from MRI here, but... UNSW Raw, of course, a pretty standard walk over towards the point here. They'll take that right side. They'll allow QUT to take up the middle and kind of meet them here in this choke end towards the middle. But you can see as well, Nuva with that drone from Yu Wang is able to poke quite effectively on towards the strategists in the backline.
Yeah, and they've managed to already take down Rexy there, so it's a good start coming out from them. Going to be able to play around it all the same. Like, the Talisman is trying to match their energy, but without a team there to back them, they're just kind of going to get swept away and wiped out, and just that will occur. So, UNSW Raw are going to be happy to take that early control there. We'll be able to stroll ahead, get the mission area in to their favor. And what I like from them as well is that they've actually pushed the issue a bit. You know, they're not allowing QUT to take free space here. They're taking the fight to them and forcing them to kind of stall out, not having a smooth path towards contest here.
Yeah, we're seeing that a lot here, especially on Warrior Falls, right? A lot of these teams in Elite Series, in MRC and MRI, are taking on towards that higher ground, getting angles there, and really controlling a lot of the space early on after capturing that first point, getting that early percentage. We'll see Dance of the Butterfly coming out from Nuva here. Will able to take on the one here as well. Able to take out Arudet as well. Some beautiful play once again. UNSW Raw left Ashtrays here on this van pool. He swapped up onto it after they took away the Hulk. He's going to be forced to play a little bit further into his pool, but not Ashtrays, who they are as a player, pretty comfortable on a lot of the Vanguards, I'd say.
Yeah, it was great to see them enable themselves after flying like a butterfly there. They will be able to fly high into control here, but it's time to get angry. The Rage of Ultron comes out. Banhammer going to be traded in exchange and immediately punishes Yuan the One. Link going down as well. This is an explosive reaction from the QUT side here. They're also trying to backcap them, so dividing the defensive side of things. Rez goes down off the back of a interesting meteor there. We'll leave it at that. And are going to be able to net control for QUT here. They're even trying to further pursuit as well. They will be able to catch a couple of straggled KOs there. So they're going to be able to stagger things out.
Ooh. Oh, Lick. Like, that's not good. Snowballed on the Talisman, and then, yeah, I guess kind of did the same thing that we saw from Resh there. Meteor was a little bit of an overextension, maybe a missed call. Yeah, from UNSW Raw. They do lose the point, and now percentage starts to build for QUT, but how do they control the space here? Nobody up on that top left-hand side really poking and prodding. So UNSW Raw kind of able to do what they did at the start of this Warriors Fall. They're able to just walk up this right-hand side. We'll let the Devil out and the Soul Resurgence through Aradet. They're trying to dive on through, but Rug has popped that Eternal Bond. UNSW Raw are safe to walk towards this point, Matt.
Yeah, safety in numbers on this one, and now going to be able to further that triple KO across them. The dance floor coming out as well. Honestly, I don't think they needed it. I mean, it forces them to pop the Eternal Bond, so I guess. But QUT going to be able to get burnt through that. I think they've done a great job, though, to stall it out. I mean, the portal does come out a little late, but wow, Tony, they did a great job to stall there.
Yeah, it was a good job to stall. They always find Lick there. The portal play. It is going to be Agamotto up on high. Faded, but not really. So it is going to be Dance of the Butterfly in there. Enable back Banhammer coming out. And only one from Nuba there on the Butterfly, trying to find something on a Zyron. It will be as well. Talisman slapping away with his batons. It will be the cap there from Ashtrays. I didn't expect that one on the point, but that's effective in stalling in crucial moments. Talisman still floating around. Aradet able to find Frost here. Galactic Legend coming from Yu-Wang, but it's not going to really do all too much with Rexy with the invisible boundary. Talisman bashing away those shots that are coming from Yu-Wang, and that will be point solidified and still being held by QUT, but Portal comes in from UNSW Raw.
And we'll be coming in hot there and looking to go for the next shot on this one. There you go. It'll be a good firepower all the same. Rexy trading it out though. Good push. It does pull away a KO on a Frost exchanged by Nuva, and looking for more. Nobody focused up on a Nuva at all here, so they will stall it out. But UNSW Raw now take the floor, get control back. OT timer the only thing between them and taking the first capture point here, Tony. But it's going to be Ashtrays once again trying to keep it in play.
A valiant effort. You have to try and touch, right? It sees the percentage go over to UNSW. Valiant effort from Ashtrays. QUT, a valiant effort. That was a very close first point, Matt. We're seeing a lot of close first points here on Domination tonight, especially on Burner T'Challa, as we go over to the Institute of Science for this next one here. And QUT Look at this composition. It screams dive, but who is looking out for the backline? Yeah, definitely want to see probably a Strange thrown in the mix. A little bit of peel for your strategists here.
Yeah, they can at least keep their strategists up into the fight a little while longer there. You know, have that bit of sustain. They can play into the team up there as well between Zimmerin and Rexy, so it'll be a-okay in that department. Speaking of, though, we having our last moment preparations laid in place here. Ashtrays considering which Vanguard they want to play this time around. We'll land on Vanpool here, so have a good path forward playing into that one to match up Frost, but one and the same. I'm kind of terrified of what Wayne the One is going to do on that Spider-Man, considering what we've seen the Spider-Man players do in the past. Oh no, they've already been found. Oh my goodness, Tony.
That poor man, he's LFT, Matt, and Wayne's just done it to him with the Spider-Man. He's going to be floating around, maybe looking for another potential pull off. The rest of QUT bunkering down towards his bottom left-hand side. And they need to be cautious because UNSW Raw, they've still got power in numbers. He's going to be Runk having to pop the Eternal Bond early. Resh gets taken out there, so unfortunately they're just a little bit too slow on the timing. Runk's going to go into duelist mode, Cloak and Dagger here, going Cloak form to try and dish out some damage. Mover as well has secured a quick KO with Talisman bouncing back in here, letting the Devil out, letting those batons sing, letting them bash through UNSW Raw as now Wang's under threat. Ashtrays will take out the Vanpool. And they're just going to stall out Wang for just a little bit longer. Rexy picks it up, and well, percentage goes to QUT, Matt. UNSW Raw won that first fight, but not quite able to pick up the second one there.
No, weren't able to get the reins on that one, Tony, so it does mean QUT is able to take early control here and really going to force UNSW Raw to work harder for it. QUT are pretty close to an Agamotto as well, so I mean they can respond if UNSW Raw look to activate first here. And they do have double strat ults in a second as well. Nuba could shut that down with a Cutterfly. There we go. Is going to be activated just in time, and they will be able to shut them down just before they can get their ults up. The timing on that is impeccable from UNSW Raw here. If someone was ult tracking that, they got to know they were dancing on a knife's edge.
Yeah, that was clinical from Nuba. Precision with the blade and precision with the butterfly, it would seem. UNSW Raw, now they fall back. They set up in this left-hand corner. Matt trying to secure themselves some quick KOs here as QUT walk up. Spectacular spin as well. The pull is available for Wang. Looking for it. It's going to be Eye of Agamotto just to stall them a little bit longer. In comes the Spider-Man. I don't believe Wang went for the spectacular spin. They've gone for Fate of the Both Worlds here. UNSW Raw have to retreat back a little bit, having to surrender some of the space. We'll see End Song, Eye of Agamotto, and as well the Banhammer coming out from Ashtrays. Link is taken out completely without a second to answer.
No answer, no worries. It's going to be a Spider-Man coming at you with a spectacular spin, and looking to spin as something to fruition. 3-on-3 into this situation. UNSW still have control for now. Froster will be swept out though. QUT back on track, and the Talisman still launching the attack there. Good for them to net further control. It's already marked one of their enemies as well. And this is, I guess, the prowess and power of Daredevil is you get to scout ahead for your enemies without actually seeing them in that line of sight there.
Oh, Talisman. Yeah, that's the effectiveness of the Daredevil. It's also the detriment, right? Very one-sided glass cannon kit that Daredevil has. Once he's all in and can't really get out too effectively. Resh takes out Ashtrays, and UUT dwindling numbers here. Percentage goes back to UNSW Raw. It's Nuba and Frost picking those quick KOs up here. Talisman, though, back in fighting form. Trying to throw hands with whoever he can. Wayne still floating around as well. QUT happy to take up 70%, but now they have to regroup. They have to set themselves up in a good spot to try and walk here. Might need the boundary here from Rexy to really solidify that space back on the point.
Yeah, they're going to need to commit something to this one. It could be matched by Runk, though, one and the same with the Eternal Bond there. We'll see what they can make of it. Ashtray's in trouble, does go down, so already the fight off to a bad start here. QUT needs something to bounce back. They will be forced into the boundary there. Banhammer coming out. The boundary goes down just as fast as it came up. QUT in a terrifying predicament right now. They either need a portal in a dream or somebody to just touch, but they might not even get a chance for that, Tony.
Yeah, they're trying as they might here. Portal will actually come through, but the portal's not going to come through, actually. Thought it was going to happen. They had enough time. Snowball didn't quite land there. Rexy was able to shield it, but you'd see, unfortunately, they'll drop the Institute of Science. Well played from UNSW. Raw Matt just controlling all of the space effectively there.
Yeah, well done, well played from them. And I mean, Nuba, MVP, well deserved. Like, the fact that you just think back to when they got that initial Dance of the Butterfly off and completely limited any chance of sustain from QUT. You know, they were right on the edge of both of their strategist ultimates. They had one ready, and then it was just cut away with immediate effect. They didn't even have a chance to think about pressing Q there. So, unlucky for QUT, and really well disciplined, well played from UNSW Raw to take away the opening map in this best of 3.
I have to give credit, though, to QUT, right? That domination, where they were able to portal back on and flip the point back into their favor, was a very cool thing to see. And I hope to see a little bit more from QUT going into our convoy section, where the portal plays probably going to be more impactful. You can really flip the point and stall your opponent out for time here. So, I don't know, maybe we see a prioritization there towards the Strange Bands. We haven't seen it yet. We've been speaking about it a little bit. We've seen it a little bit over in MRI and MRC. Maybe you want to see it here in Elite Series as well.
Anything's possible, Tony. You know, we definitely could see it, but I think we're going to have to spend a bit more time contemplating what map might be coming up next year. You know, getting that thinking emoji on deck there. We'll see how things play out, though, into our convoy section. You know, I think we got some fun times ahead.
Yeah, it should be exciting. Museum of Contemplation going to be a fun one again. And we've seen, interestingly enough, a very famous Strange play over in MRI. Matt, my shout-outs to Kanga, unfortunately, there. They portaled behind. I believe it was Chiefs in that series. And kind of just got pushed back a little bit. It's one of those things where if you're going to portal back, you're going to have to come in aggressively. You're going to have to take all that space back, control it for your own, because a team like UNSW Raw, a team like QUT definitely will punish you if you make a misplay with a portal.
Yeah, they're going to be coming back swinging in every sense of the word there, Tony. So you're going to see what they do with that one. It will be, at long last, the Bruce Banner. The Hulk is going to be the first protect there from QUT.
Wow.
That's, I mean, that's not the only interesting thing, Tony. The Heart of Kunlun is coming out as well. Iron Fist is on the protect for UNSW.
The Iron Fist... Yeah, okay. Iron Fist protect. Not a sentence I was expecting to be heard uttered tonight, but QUT, they take away the Psylocke. Punisher going to be locked in. UNSW Raw,
I like this one.
To heck with the strategist bands. We're just going to lock in stuff that we like to play.
And I mean, even no matter what the meta is or isn't going to be, if you like to play it and you have confidence on it, then in some instances you can make it work than your own attempt at the meta for some teams there, right? So, power to them for playing into what their confidence lies best in. Curious to see how it'll play out in reality, though. I do like the Psylocke ban from QUT, considering what happened last game. Much needed. And curious to see what else they can bring here. But, you know, maybe we do see that Frost Punisher that we've been talking about, Tony, coming into this one. We saw the hover last time. Maybe it's real for Frost here.
Yes, you might be onto something there, Matt. Frost Punisher. Who plays the Vanguard then? Who
Oh, look, see? There's the Black Panther.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
Yuang.
He's
That's
stolen
right.
the Iron Fist.
Right, that's right. I believe. Yeah, no, Yuang, Frost. They're
I
both.
might be cooking here, Tony.
They're both Lord. They're both Lord Iron Fist. That's insane.
Yeah. I thought,
Unexpected out of Yuang, right? But not Frost.
yeah, I thought, are we on the tournament clan or something?
Yeah.
No, mate, we're on the real thing. And we are going to be seeing Harlequin Luna Iron Fist coming out from Frost right now. I can't believe my eyes, but while my eyes don't deceive me in what QUT are bringing out as well, the Primal Flame team up there between Aradet and the Talisman here with the Phoenix and Wolverine. I like to see the Wolverine come out, especially on a map like the Museum of Contemplation, because you can go for that scoop strategy, scoop up the enemy for your teammates, and absolutely obliterate them. So, keen, curious to see how they play into that one, and whatever else may be coming out there beyond. But most interestingly, no one's looking to play into something like a Groot on this.
Yeah, no, Gruder Museum feels a little bit foreign. It wasn't like it was taken away in the ban draft. Oh no, Runk! Oh no, there. That's the setup you expect to see. The scoop away, and it will be Runk getting taken out early. Tendrils available for Yu-Wang, getting on top of it. Frost, Foxy, and Rexy will get taken out. Frost here, the Heart of Kunlun comes to play. Lick as well on the White Fox, going to be taking out Aradet there. So just as quickly as QUT scooped up Runk and took him out, the rest of UNSW Raw came roaring to action.
Yeah, jump straight into the moment there, and will be taking aim at many more. You ain't the one ready to dive as well. Ooh, big Assassin's Charge though from downtown. Be trying their best to isolate this KO. Not going to be able to take it into motion just yet though. Will be allowed to escape onto this one. I could change in a second. The Talisman in deep trouble. Needs some sustain immediately. But Nuva's already waiting. Slates themselves towards success. Ashtray's back into Hulk form as well. It's going to be a net positive for them. But I mean, Nuva just continually finding these isolated KOs could be exactly what they need in this situation.
Yeah, I was just looking at this comp, and it's like all heavy dive. UNSW Raw, it's going to be Frost, Yu-Wang, Lick, and Daresh all on top of the entire enemy backline there. So Nuva's just able to shoot for free from the backside of things. Nobody's really going to be contesting him because QUT are too preoccupied in trying to defend their own backline here. They will be able to take up a little bit of space. They will control the point, but we will see Final Judgment out of Nuva, trying to let that one sing, trying to find a quick KO on towards the strategist. Peripheral finds the fate of both worlds perfectly in time to shut down the Judgment. Nothing really Nuva can do but fall to the Judgment in return from Aradet and QUT walking with their own fate.
Be happy with that. The Judgment is there and sends them on their merry way. But on in the same, UNSW now have an opportunity to play things in a different direction, considering Rez now has brought out the magic, Tony. Everything is being brought through here. Feast of the Abyss, one and the same. Take aim, fire! Onto the strategist lineup there, and more to follow. So, UNSW Raw, don't wallow on it. We'll get through it. And Gumiho was unleashed as well. One important note about this patch, Tony, is that they did actually update the ultimate icon for White Fox, so you can see them in Fox form as opposed to just having the normal form icon there.
W from NetEase, quality of life change that feels fitting. You know, if you're going to play a character like White Fox, you really want to own that Gumiho. Frost playing this Iron Fist like you would a Daredevil or a Venom. Up along the wall here, and it will be Yu-Wang once again getting the tendrils on the backline, followed up by Resh as well, who swapped over to the Magic Mat. More effective dive is what UNSW Raw are after, and Talisman's going to have to fall to the safety of the spawn. Last stand available here as well. We do have the Hulk ultimate. We do have Boundary here for QUT. They're bleeding for time, only 45 seconds to get out here and secure themselves that first point.
Yeah, only a little bit more time to try and cook something up out of this, Tony. And you're keen to see what they can maneuver with it. Now going to take it slow and steady. Fastball special coming out. They're trying to see if they can get the feral leap. Not going to be able to collect though. Oh, they will get the delayed KO, however. So maybe I speak too soon as they swoon past. Living Chi going out though, Tony. It's time.
Yeah, Living Chi coming out from Frost. Great blocks coming through there on the initial fight that happened there. So Frost able to stabilize a little bit healthier, but Runk's getting taken out, and so is Frost. Here comes the Hulk from Ashtrays, bashing away this front line. Darkchild, Feast of the Abyss, tons of damage on the back line, and here comes Runk as well with it. It's Jeff trying to swallow up the entire of QUT, and he's looking for it. Only gets the Invis Moon Knight ultimate coming from Nuva. Khonshu doesn't really find all too much. Actually does. Will secure the thing KO there onto QUT, but over time will tick. Nobody able to touch from UNSW. There will be 2 extra minutes for QUT.
My goodness. They earned themselves ample time onto this one. And Tony, am I seeing things? Is this real?
Ooh.
Today's my lucky day. Hawkeye's on deck, Tony. Let's go.
Let's go, Resh. This is not what we normally see, but it feels effective on a map like Museum, right? Where there's a lot of choke-heavy shots you can kind of get off here with the Hawkeye. Of course, we'll probably see UNSW Raw again continue with his dive composition. We've seen Frost now swap over to the cap here. Rash already finding that first shot. Final Judgment coming back with the fate of both worlds. It feels like Aradet can't do wrong here, just standing on top of his strategist and dishing out a ton of punishment here onto the side of UNSW Raw. They have to fall back. They have to play their space. Ashtrays will take out Rash. That's the unfortunate part about playing the Hawkeye, Matt. You're a little bit stagnant in your approach. You have to try and find shots from a posted position. Great pull from Talisman, who's now pulled over to the Bucky. Not quite able to secure that KO. It will be Zyman walking up here with the thing to knock them up. But UNSW Brawl, they've got healthy numbers. They've got themselves the ability to stabilize.
Ooh, maybe not for long. Ooh, they will be bringing out the piece there. So, looks like they are going to be A-OK to take down not just one, but maybe many more. They will trade back. Good from Ashtrays and the Talisman there. Still trying their best to hold it together on this one, calm the storm, but I mean, Frost and Co, they're just trying to swarm past them.
Yeah, Frost is very calm in like a situation like this, right, where everything's happening. You've got a Hulk, you've got a thing, you've got a Bucky running at you. And as well, you're looking for a dive potentially here. Frost just very cool, calm, collected. Rash finds another onto Zymer, and it is looking good now here for UNSW. It will be Hawkeye ultimate coming out to play here, so Resh doesn't really have to take aim and fire. He can just kind of shoot where they were standing before. You can see the follow-up going to be coming through from the rest of Raw, but Frost taking low, needs to be cautious here. The Kraken impact came out. Final Judgment. Runk will swallow up Frost to keep him safe, or maybe it was just a little bit of a miscoordinated play. Nuva, though, with this Final Judgment, letting it sing for a double. Looking for a triple, but there's a guy behind the pillar with good cover. Portal comes through. He's going to be Nuva popping over the top, trying to get the shotgun in towards the backside. Rexy, you need to be careful. Rexy, you need to get out of there. Freedom Charge as well from Frost. It's everybody from UNSW Raw piling on this mission vehicle and piling on top of QUT.
Yeah, stacks on the Batsmobile there, but nobody going to be able to seal the deal until now. UNSW Raw will be able to hold it down onto that one. So, a successful defense coming out on their part, not allowing QUT any further motion upon this. So, going to be a good to push this one forward, and you're going to see what else they can achieve heading into this next pick phase.
And let's see what QUT can cook up. Saw a little bit of adaptation. We saw Aradet actually also swap towards the Punisher to try and deal with Nuva. Frost will be on the strange early Resh, thinking about the Storm. Raw want to come out of spawn swinging with the Storm Punisher, who very effective in breaking a spawn hold composition that QUT could be cooking up. But Talisman, Ultron, and Rexy going to be on the Jeff this time, Matt. So you get to see some interesting things from QUT. UNSW Raw. Resh, I don't think that's a real Black Widow any day of the week.
We've seen anything and everything from this series, Tony. I mean, we saw Tashi bring it out. Maybe it's Rez's time to shine. You know? You never know what we are going to see, as we do have a Black Panther on the hopper as well. They're just having a party in Spawn, so you don't know till you know. But now, it's time to get on with the show, as we are going to be out the gates and ready to slate ourselves towards a victory. And the damage comes over the top here. Like the positioning from Lick, you know, just distancing themselves from the fight and ready to kite around it. But speaking of, looks like their positioning is going to be outmaneuvered. Good trade coming over the top from Anuva, though, and more to follow. UNSW on track with this one. Frost even trying to use portals against them. That's so cheeky.
Yeah, he's going for a quick environmental KO while the rest of Raw just dive on top of QUT, trying to defend here. Yuang on this Black Panther, not what we're used to seeing. Resh is still on the Widow, so it seems to be what UNSW Raw are after right now. The composition crazy. Looking for that Assassin's Charge, trying to pull potential player off from QUT, but at the moment. Look at all his space. QT can't even walk out of this room because Yuang and the rest of the UNSW Raw side are just putting pressure on. Nuba's going to be taken out, walking a little bit too far forward. Yuang tries to walk away, shake hands on the engagement, but almost already to the first point of the initial fight. UNSW Raw coming to play on attack.
Coming to play and ready to save the day here as they trade KO for KO all over again right now. Ooh, Frost ready. Ooh, not going to be able to collect with the Assassin's Charge this time though. Still maintaining pressure, establishing the space there, but can't clear it just yet. Wait patiently. Ooh, there we go. Gonna beat the Assassin's Charge they were looking for. Not gonna be able to get a KO off it, but at least they get closer to the fight. Rez actually looking to bring out the big shot there. Not gonna be able to get much from it either. So, unlucky from them. You know, you'll love to see the Electroplasma explosion, but they weren't able to get much from it today.
Kumio out of lick here. And that White Fox effectively controlling space. Runk is going to look for the Swallow. Gets two of his teammates and picks up Ashtrays. Rexy in return is looking for a big Swallow. And will try to secure a quick KO for the side of QUC. Spits one off. That is going to be Lick actually taken off the point. And it is going to still be UNSW Raw though, controlling this mission vehicle, the Batsmobile for them. Rexy much almost pushed towards that first point in QUC. They need to put their hands on that one to stop the capture. It's going to come through. And now UNSW Raw, they've got 4 minutes and a further up spawn to spawn on top of.
Yeah, they've got everything they need. Nuba wanting the same, though they will be shut out of this one. Not going to be able to take anything further. Ashtrays now trying to play around the back as well. Stack the deck onto this one, as they will be able to find it. Zimmerin, good with the Agamotto, 13 HP, and will go down. Good trade, and Ashtrays continuing to wreak havoc here as the Hulk. Somebody stop this Hulk!
Somebody stop Ashtrays. They're floating, they're bouncing around, they're hopping around here with the Hulk. Frost looking to try and answer back. Does have the Heaven's Retribution. Could pin some crucial targets here from QUT. And there it is. Heaven's Retribution to come out. We'll put up the strange range of Ultron here from QUT. They're mad. They're angry, Matt. UNSW Raw are still winning this fight. That's two from Nuba. Looking for Rexy. Shotgun Bun goes crazy at this close distance magic as well to follow. Triple from Nuba. Doesn't even need to fight for the mission vehicle because they've got the whole backline taken out.
They've got everything they could possibly need here. Nuba going to be able to find a Zimmerin as well. So a clear path ahead of them. A turret online. They're ready. Gotten their way into this one. Fox going to be able to stop them though with a boundary. Looking to push them out of range there, but it doesn't even matter. QUT are holding firmly onto this. They've caught Nuba. This could be the start of something new.
This is what they need right now. Foxy taken out by Rash. It's Jeff coming in from Runk. He's holding on for just a long time there. Ashtrays and Aradet scooped up here from QUT, and that mission vehicle will go actually back to QUT for just a second. Frost finds the Talisman. Yuang falling back for good measure just in case they need it maybe. UNSW Raw are all over it though. It's a Dark Shard from Resh to close it in style. UNSW Raw will take Museum and they take the series, Matt, 2-0 here. Unfortunate for QUT.
Yeah, unfortunate for them there. You know, they got so close yet so far, Tone, and it is going to be Runk, our famous Jeff player, taking away the MVP. So, really well done to Runk and Co. for keeping the flow of the show and managing to, yeah, seal away the deal on a victory there. A clean 2-0.
Yeah, very clean from the side of UNSW. Raw expected from the top of the table, right? Raw's the team to beat on the circumstances, on the standings here. QUT, though, this would have been a good win for them to pick up here, really shake up the top of the table. But you look at this one from UNSW Raw, it's a lot of comfort picks, Matt, right? Frost on Angela, Runk on that Jeff, Lick as well. We've seen from him what he's capable of on that White Fox over in MRI. And yeah, overall, UNSW Raw just playing to their comforts, locking in the Iron Fist and Punisher in that last man draft. And for QUT, they just had nothing really to answer it, it would seem.
Yeah, they didn't really find like an answer, especially towards the end there. You know, Runk having access to the It's Jeff sooner was just, yeah, the final nail in the coffin there, so to speak. So unlucky for QUT, but I don't think this will be the last we see from them either. All the same, everybody, we got more series to set up into this one, so we're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere, and we're back with more Rivals right after this. Hello, welcome back. It's Batsy and Two Tap Tony here with more Elite Series, and we have our big sponsors to thank right now. Big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And a big shout out as well to HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech, from high spec to precision gear. Officeworks has what you need.
That's it, Tony. And you know what else I need? I need some Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. It's a big shout out to all of our sponsors there. You know them, you love them, and we appreciate them. Just like we appreciate our next series coming at you right now. It's going to be not Midtown, it'll be Adelaide University taking on USyd. So let's get into it, Tony. Eager to see how this one goes.
Eager to see how this one goes. We'll check out the rosters for you. For Adelaide Uni, it is going to be Mr. Samter, Munchduck, Oblivious, Destroyer, Alice, and Beast S-O-T-Y. You said it is going to be that dude Bacon, Kitsune, Lamau, Sky Dude, Morteezy, and Seabass. Matt, some interesting names here as we go straight into the band draft.
Oh yeah, gonna be jumping into it right now. We've got double gambits. See you later. It's gonna be the protect onto Invis. No, Mag. Gonna be our first one. All right.
Okay. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. So, next one gonna be locked in, the Daredevil. They thought about Mantis, but no. Mantis will stay for now.
Yeah, Mag, I respect it, right? Especially, if, I guess, if USyd know that Adelaide Uni have An Invis, a cloak player, right? The Mag's really good at dealing. They're gonna maybe save the Mag as well. There was a potential there, but we're gonna be seeing Strange saved here for the UCID side. Adelaide Uni, of course, they have Freedom. Is that Mr. Fantastic? Man?
Yes. Yes, it is. Mr. Fantastic has been banned away. Maybe focus fire against Adelaide University's player Alice there. You can see they hovered over Mr. Fantastic, so I'm thinking that's it, Tony. But speaking of unique ban lines, we do have Magic being taken away as well. Groot going to be taken out of play here, so we're going in all different directions.
Yeah, this is interesting. You said they get the Strange and Invis at least, so the combos there. It's a pretty effective team up we've seen recently, but Adelaide Uni taking away the Magic, so you don't get really the full display of the Magic and the Strange team up line. We're gonna be seeing a potential Hella ban here, so maybe a lot of target bans coming out here from the side of Adelaide Uni, taking away that dude Bacon on the Hella Namor team up potentially. They'll save the Invis as well. You said, what is the final ban? It's gonna be Cloak and Dagger.
All right, Cloak and Dagger, Cloak and Stagger. See you later. And let's see how we go into this next portion, everybody, as we jump into the selections now. Mr. Fantastic are going to be a single-sided here for Adelaide University. You're going to see that one, but all the same, you're going to see what else will come through. And I want to say a big appreciation to everybody who's coming in to watch here today as well. We see you. We appreciate you coming in to support your favorite players and your favorite teams. At the same time, it's time to get into battle.
Yeah, getting into the thick of it here, Matt. We get to start Warrior 4 once again on Burn T'Challa, and I feel like that really gauges how these teams want to play, whether it's like scrappy and very aggressive or it's a little bit more controlled. Adelaide Uni going to be bringing out the Winter Soldier and Star-Lord combination here with the Luna. Pretty effective one there. I was going to say a lot of upfront burst damage that can come from that Luna and Bucky. So Adelaide Uni going to be playing very heavily towards the front end side of things here, whereas you said they've got a little bit more of a poke comp. We have that Phoenix in play. That dude Bacon maybe as well going to be on the Black Widow here to start it off, or he's trolling us with the Punisher. But a little bit more of a poke comp here from you, Sid, compared to Adelaide Uni.
What a rollout from that dude Bacon as well, playing on the zip line there and already pretty close and personal towards the mission area here. So love to see them get a bit of motion in order to take the fighter first onto this one. But one and the same, they're going to force their opponents to get a bit closer to the mission area as well here. See if they can get even deeper into this one. As Adelaide Uni going to be on track for the time being. You said aren't really able to match them for now. Be a bit of a problem here. Adelaide, there you go. We'll start off strong. Opening KO and more to show.
Yeah, Oblivious getting that opening one, controlling high ground for the likes of Adelaide Uni. So you said they're going to have to fall back here. They don't really have all too much control of the space, especially with the bag Strange. It's a little bit more of a passive poke and a prod play here. Adelaide Uni, Alice though, looking for a bionic hook that could connect onto a crucial target and set Adelaide Uni up to snowball this fight further. Oblivious, of course, poking from the high ground. They have secured that KO onto that dude Bacon, and they continue to force these players from UCID back.
Yeah, force them further and further back, and it's really impressive how like Adelaide are just taking so much space here, forcing them to use the Eternal Bond just to claim territory to try and contest the mission area. And they still aren't able to really take advantage of it. Sure, they found Oblivious, and they have got an opening KO there. But I mean, they haven't cleared it. And again, they have to commit another ultimate just to try and have a semblance of hope to contend here, Tony. This is really tough because now Adelaide Uni have so many tools at their disposal. They get one KO, sure, but I mean, it could be one and done here because Adelaide Uni can just fight back.
Yeah, here comes the Galactic Legend. Meteor's gonna suck it all up. Kitsune with a dunk in air. See you later, Oblivious. That Galactic Legend, more like Galactic Dud here. Adelaide Uni are sent back to their spawn. Beautiful play there. Yusid slowly staggering out those KOs. It all started with the final judgment from that dude Bacon. Outside of the boundary, Adelaide Uni were falling, and now we see try to walk back up. They have a few ultimates now to play with. Fate of Both Worlds is going to try and get them aggressive on towards the point. Fists are being thrown at that dude Bacon, and how does he respond? Has to walk away, stunned up by the AGON Moto end song coming through from UCID. And here's a trade 1-for-1 at least. Sky Dude makes it even. Adelaide Uni, though, they still have the space. The Hulk here from Ewan is doing so much towards his backside.
Yeah, Ewan doing a lot of great work there, and need to do even more. Eternal Bond are going to be pushed in as well. Oblivious gets the opening KO, looking for more to keep the show rolling here. They are going to have to play their commitment really deeply here. Oh, that's a big freeze coming through there. We'll be able to actually break past it, so not even going to be phased by it, really. Would commit more, though. Meteor is ready for Mr. Samter, should it be required. Big damage. There we go, locking it down. This is big stuff from Alice, and they send them all the way back home.
Oh, but the portal from UCID, they get back on. Wow, beautiful timing on that one. Might allow the point to be stalled here into OT. Final judgment from that dude Bacon coming out of the portal, trying to get in there, but Invisible Boundary will keep everybody from Adelaide Uni healthy. Going to be seeing the shield come out, but they're blocked out of the portal, and the portal's gone. Adelaide Uni will stop them in their tracks. UCID, they can't get out or touch. It will be the Warrior Falls to Adelaide Uni to start it off. Matt, now we don't go to the Institute of Science, we go to Stellar Space.
That's just stellar, Tony. Fantastic. Exactly where we're going to go, and keen to see how things will go here. You said, you know, they had some moments of greatness, but Adelaide Uni have just been the ones to transcend reality here and take control there for their own. So, keen and curious what else is going to be brought to the mix here, whether either side can manage to stroll ahead of this one, you know, break in and give it their all, whether might even get stalled out one a step further. For now, though, they're going to be setting things up in preparation, and the Thor coming out is an interesting change-up for UCID.
Yeah, the Thor for Lamau could be pretty good. Maybe looking to play a little bit more dive-centric here as well, with Sky Dude on the White Fox playing triple strategist here to combat Adelaide Uni. But of course, Mr. Samter does have that Meteor. Can shut down the boundary. All the internal bond that comes through from use hit, and what a snowball to start it. Lamau stopped in their tracks before they can even get going. Hulk still poking around here. Has to use that shield, has to get out. Does still have the Exile to play with, so can look to walk up and use that one to start a fight here onto UCID.
Yeah, ready to start a fight just as quick, turn as they will be holding back. Galactic Legend coming out from Oblivious, trying to isolate something out in the KO department, but they've been shut out of the sky themselves. That dude Bacon cooking them up, and ready to book a few more where that came from. Mr. Samter ready with a Meteor if required. Be matched, but it's going to be UCID exercising their strength and getting the opening flip there.
That was almost a quick hair there on the Munster. Great. Armory Fire coming out from the Kitsune. He's controlling that low ground space while the rest of UCID play on the point. Lamau going to be taken out Oblivious, so Adelaide Uni now staggered on their approach a little bit. The turret in the face of Adelaide Uni. Very brave call to make, but it dishes out a ton here. Will finally get broken. The UCID now, they might need to fall back a little bit. Too aggressive on the stairwell right now.
Yeah, they can't afford to give too much oomph to it, can they? You know, they have to take it a bit patiently. Got the Thunder coming out, though, trying to dish out some damage in the front line, and won't do much. All it does is stall time for them, really. They might have isolated out onto Ewan, though. Maybe down to Puny Banner, and thrown out like a spanner. More to follow as well. You can see the focus fire is really solid. Coming out from our UCID side here. Dance Floor coming out from Beast, though, and to see if they can get more. Big commitment from the Meteor. Camille unleashed as well from Sky Dude. Now unable to flood ahead with much more than that.
Yeah, cracking impact from Alice. Trying to secure some quick KOs there. Nothing really going to fall, though, their way. Final judgment coming from that to Bacon, but it's shut down. The Meteor perfectly played by Mr. Samter. Just stalling out that ultimate, shutting it down completely. Now we see Adelaide Uni, though, on the back pedal a little bit. Galactic Legend's going to be popped here. And there's nothing really that's going to be able to stop it because that dude Bacon's coming out of spawn still. Kitsune taken. And Oblivious maybe a little bit of overhype there, Matt. I was expecting a little bit more, but still enough damage coming out of that one. And Adelaide Uni flipped the point back.
Yeah, flip it back and ready for the counter attack here. So really good work coming out from Munch Duck and Co there in order to stop the show and take control back into their favor. Let's see if they can manage to muster some more courage into this one. So take it slow, take it easy. Thor, ready. Try and open the door on this. Not going to be able to isolate much. Big dive again from Ewan. Very committed to the fights here. Hulk Smash coming out, so you can see why they're so confident. They will be looking to smash and crash their way through this one. Not going to be able to get it done yet, but I mean, they're doing a great job of just keeping them in the space and stalling until the end of time here.
Yeah, seems to be really wanting to play for that percentage. Final judgment coming out from that dude Bacon, assisting on the walk up from the rest of you, Sid. We're happy to take the fight. Boundary, though, comes back from Adelaide Uni. So all the punishment that just came out from that final judgment is shut down. Kitsune will pop the bubble here. We'll see Kraken Impact get a reset now. Looking for the slam and dunk onto a second. But that dude Bacon and Lamau will combine to shut it down. You're now in a tiny batter form. Needs to get out. And that dude Bacon's hot on the tail with Lamau. They're forced back, though. They do have Mr. Sampson blocking perfectly. God of Thunder coming over the top. Lamau not quite able to find the slam down that he would like. But they're on to the point. Adelaide Uni are not here, Matt.
Yeah, nowhere near. And that means UCID will be able to flip the script all over again. Now take deeper control. They've got a couple of strategist ultimates on the edge of being online here. In fact, almost all three. Adelaide, they've only got the dance floor, and they've popped it already. They're trying their best to force themselves into the fight, but UCID just to win the battle of sustain, and they drain out the dance floor immediately. Good trade there from Mr. Scepter. It's going to be Kubio Unleashed, though, to bite straight back here. So Adelaide in deep trouble. Oblivious is trying to hold on, but they just sustained through it. The Galactic Legend is not enough damage. They stagger it out, but when in doubt, Adelaide will pull it through. So well done, well played. And it will be all the way back now. One apiece, Tony.
Yeah, the spaceport goes to you, Sid, and what a game we have on our hands to go all three here. Burner to Charlie's been 2-0 so far, Matt, so this feels a little bit more like it. We'll go to the Institute of Science for our final one here. Adelaide Uni, it feels like they were trying to get that Galactic Legend up a little bit earlier there. We saw the attempt of the Blaster Barrage from Oblivious just to try and build the ultimate percentage a little bit faster, but you said they had some great answers to it, and that dude Bacon, again, really impressed on the Punisher, doing quite a bit of work there, just getting up in the face of Adelaide Uni as well with that zipline, with the shotgun. It does have pretty close to the ultimate charge as well. The rest of you, Sid, though, they're not as healthy in that department, whereas Adelaide Uni starting to build a few of theirs up boundary. Hulk Smash could be good. They did use the Meteor and the Galactic Legend in that last engagement on that last point, so they're not going to have it too early for this first one.
Yeah, not going to have it this time around, so will mean they're going to have to charge up their batteries a bit longer into this one. At least they've got some tools to do it here in the neutral, but I mean, you said their final judgment at the ready, so certainly can abuse that to try and take, and there it is, immediately popping it, and we'll be able to drop down the entire enemy team in a quick succession there if they just play around cover. There you go. So they will find the opening too and should be able to take that even deeper. At least the rest of Adelaide Uni did manage to retreat though, so they can build a comeback pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I am able to quickly surmount themselves some point percentage and as well control the space. You can see how front onward they're playing. Adelaide Uni trying to walk out here. We're trying to see Oblivious maybe take some angles on this left-hand side. Well, Mal forces him back there. Good control, good awareness to try and find that one. Bionic Cook coming over the top from Alice. Does have Kraken Impact, but it is going to be the clap there from Beast, securing a quick double KO. That's why we see Lunar a lot more effectively here in these last few patches. Feels like the damage is not something you said we're aware of or really expecting there, and that's Adelaide Uni in quick succession, taking that point back.
Yeah, taking it back and ready to keep their spirit in attack here. Take it slow, take it easy. Oh, Ewan. Good scouting from their team there. They know exactly where they're coming from now. They can set themselves up accordingly. But, I mean, all the same, they're playing around the corner of this one. Does enable a lot of space to be cleared for free, pretty much. And now you can see Thor already open the door under this. Kraken Impact came out. Didn't get much from it, however. But Adelaide still maintaining course.
Now they're trying to walk out through this right-hand side. Of course, the left-hand room that was from Adelaide Uni. Ewan is all over the back line, just throwing fists left, right, and center. Boundaries had to be popped there for USID and Adelaide Uni. They'll take that. They're happy to walk away with that one. Burnt ultimate from USID, and now ultimates as well for Adelaide Uni. This is a strugglesome affair now here for USID. Lamau trying to sneak way through. Will be forced back to Stratus, having to deal with the Thor in their back pocket. Adelaide Uni, though, they're forced to have to give up the space, so great control here from Lamau here in the neutral.
Yeah, gonna be happy with that, Tony, and ready to do more where that came from. Take it slow, take it easy. Sune, ready to press on into this. Punch duck. I love the focus, but now it's the final judgment that's going to be looking to make their enemies kick the bucket here as they take it slow and steady. And it may be in a bit of trouble, Tony. They push ahead. Mr. Sampter's down. Video up top.
Ooh.
Does get down.
And the Galactic Legend going to be coming out from Oblivious, dodging, ducking, and weaving, using those rocket propulsions to get away from any lines of sight that USID are throwing. OT will tick, and USID are on the point. They've flipped themselves here. Kraken Impact coming out from Alice will secure the reset. Looking for the Cloak and Dagger, finding more teams here as well. That will be Beast as well, taking Lamau. Portal to come through from USID, but is it in time? No, the exile from Ewan shuts it down. That's Adelaide Uni taking Burden T'Challa.
After a long, hard-fought battle, they will be able to rattle it up and seal the first map in their favor. So, well done, well played by Adelaide University. But one in the same, USID going to be tracking pretty darn well as well, Tony. This is certainly a competitive endeavor, if I've ever seen it. And if this is how it's going to start in the beginning, I don't know what we've got in store from us heading towards the end, Tone.
That's yeah, an exciting one for both sides, right? You said they got their run back there on that second point, and then Adelaide Uni were able to charge up there at the final mark. And you know, we give MVP to Alice, but I have to say, Mr. Sampter with some of those meteors were absolutely insane to see there. Just when we saw Kitsune hit a meteor, Mr. Sampter answered immediately back with a meteor of their own, and it was so hard to regather yourself if you used it there.
Yeah, it's hard to try and recompose yourself, especially after such a back and forth endeavor. You know, the momentum just kept shifting onto that one, and sometimes it just gets lost, especially in a game mode like Domination. You know, it's sometimes, even for the best of players, difficult to claw things back into perspective there. So, unlucky for them into that one. Luckily for them, though, it isn't a best of one, it's a best of three. So, there's still opportunities for them to bounce it back when we move on to Araco for our second map in a convoy there. Araco, my goodness. This map is cursed. If you've seen what we've seen on the MRI side of things, I do not like seeing Araco, Tony.
Yeah, Araco, Museum, two of those maps that instill fear if you're anyone here in the Pacific region, Asia or OS. Especially following along in the MRI and the MRC. Araco is, yeah, it's a scary one, and one that requires a lot of control of space here, because there's a lot of different sightlines, a lot of different chokes you have to play if you're defense, and for the likes of USID, a lot of different points they'll have to take on the attack here, as we, of course, go into ban draft, and it's going to be Gambit from both sides taken away. Magneto secured here for Adelaide Uni. Respectable one, right? Mr. Sampter, a pretty hard threat to deal with on that mag going into that last one.
They're going to be very effective to deal with them there, and it looks like Mr. Fantastic again are going to be protected here. So the trend is on brand, and one and the same. Invis going to be buried away of this one. Two bands come across both sides now. Who will take a first aim at this? Will they be looking to take away more strategists? The Mantis perhaps? No, it's going to be the Cloak. Traded out on both sides now with the Daredevil sealed away.
Yeah, Daredevil will be taken away from you, Sid. Magneto lock of their own potentially here. They opted to lock the Strange in last time, and they'll keep it for this one. Strange, a pretty good pick, as we alluded to already in our last series on a map like Convoy, where if you're in a mad dash to get towards the mission vehicle, or in a mad dash to get back on the mission vehicle, then Strange is what you probably want here. Adelaide Uni going to be taking away the White Fox. A lot of strategist bands. There's 4 strategist bands from Adelaide Uni. They'll lock the invis for their final one. And for you, Sid, what do they opt to take away? It's again going to be the Hulk. Ewan was a absolute threat there on that last one, Matt.
Yeah, threat levels rising to an all-time high, and looking to supply more where that came from into this series. As you said, lock in on the Deep Wrath team up between Hela and Namor early on into the piece here. So, curious what else they can bring to the deck now. Oblivious, one in the same, taking aim at the Star-Lord. Looking to bring out the Invis from Unstuck there. Ewan Destroyer are unsure what they want to play. You know, they've hovered over the Penny Parker there, hovered over pretty much anything you can think of, but not looking to lock in on much yet. I do like how UCID is playing into the Rocket this time, because they can utilize the BRB here, and maybe more where that came from for that matter, but I mean, one in the same. Adelaide. We saw some hovers of Iron Man earlier, and now Iron Man's here, Tony, with Ultron, so playing into that classic team up.
Yeah, Iron Man Ultron. Haven't seen it. Flyer composition hasn't been thought about in seasons. I feel like we haven't seen it since, I believe, season 4.
At least, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen it.
Still exists.
Still exists. It's still in the game. And it feels like, as I alluded to at the start of the broadcast, Matt, Ultron's in a little bit of a healthier state in 7.5. His ultimate feels a little bit more impactful. As we'll see Adelaide Uni try to take up the space on the high ground here. You're actually going to drop down to the low ground. BRB brings that dude Bacon back. They're playing into Helena more, which is good at dealing with the Flyers.
Yeah, going to be an effective solution there, and might be more where that came from. Ooh, Sky Dude going to be taken out of that one, so a solid targeting from Ewan there. Traded onto Mr. Santa, though. It looks like the Vanpool not going to be out of the limelight just yet, Tony.
They're not going to be out of the mission just yet. You said still. Those squids. The poking Sky Dude and that dude Bacon can do with this Helena Maul. As well with the Vanpool. A lot of poke chip damage going to be coming through. Bancraft going to be probably a little bit more of an effective one. Banhammer came out from Lamau. Didn't really, I guess, find probably the target they want. Oblivion's got taken out in the meantime. Adelaide Uni, though, sitting comfortable, trying to round the corner here. But UCID, of course, putting members on this mission vehicle, are able to stop them. We're going to see Agamotto on top of Rage of Ultron. And that's what I wanted to see, Matt. The Rage of Ultron comes to effect. Amplifier comes out to nullify the Rage of Ultron, but it's already found its mark.
Found its mark and ready to ignite the spark there. Alice will go down early into the piece, though. So, going to be more to follow. That dude Bacon will be shaken out of this, and going to wait for their time here. Good repositioning, but unfortunately for Mortizzi there, going to be taken out. Good trade onto Oblivious, though, so we'll be looking to follow them up high. Struggling with Prison immediately forces them to pop the dance floor under this one. Unfortunately, not going to be able to break through it there, so Adelaide, really great reaction times. They're primed up and will be able to shut down many a KO onto this one. And they can't stop, won't stop, as they take that first capture point.
Yeah, Alice, what a play there. Triple, I believe, on the KO department. And he's avoiding this Hella super effectively. Mr. Santa with the follow-up here. Alice dishing out so much damage with his Ultron. Doesn't even need the Iron Man for the team-up. Matt just all the damage coming out from the Ultron alone, especially the fact that Beast and Munchduck are playing the other strategists here. The triple composition paying off for Adelaide Uni. So much frontline here. Oblivious just able to dish out so much more from that backside of things. That dude Bacon over to the Mr. Fantastic. Trying to see what they can do. Try to block a little bit of firepower. He's going to go big Fantastic. He is going to be sent back for the moment. Enson going to be held out here from Oblivious for quite a while. Got the freedom to charge that one up and let it sing. Not going to find its mark, though. UCID thankful for that one, because now they have the pressure to put back on here onto Adelaide Uni.
Looks like they're already pushing their way back to do just that, Tony. Gonna zone him out with the Thornlash walls there. Take it slow and steady onto this one. Can do more, but it's gonna be time to get angry with the Agamotto up front. Meteor from Mr. Santa in response. Goddess Death is online as well. They find double KO. Boom! Mr. Santa ready to play. They ain't even done, Tony. They found Sky Dude as well. And they are looking to shoot for the stars on this one. Adelaide putting on a full display of prowess. And the mission vehicle going to continue to move on.
Yeah, going to be putting 2 on that mission vehicle to push it a little bit quicker. We're going to be seeing UCID try to make their approach walk up here. They do have Banhammer, Strangling Prison as well. For Kitsune could be good at isolating these fights. Dude Bacon already taking a ton of chip damage. Banhammer coming out there on towards the Luna. We're going to be seeing Mr. Fantastic looking for the bounce on top of the strategist. Beast taken out there. Not really anything they can do about it. Invis as well under fire by the Vanpool. Doesn't really matter that they're not really playing a tight composition. It still feels like they're able to dive on this backline. The full success from UCID. That dude Bacon still slapping away at Mr. Santa. Sending him back in. Adelaide Uni now have to regroup and reassess this next fight.
Yeah, rekindle the flames there. Oblivious pretty close to doing just that. You know, getting higher and higher charge on towards the end song Inferno here. Would be exactly what they need to push ahead, but no, there it is. Double down in the KOs there. Bringing them back with the BRB. Doesn't even matter. They are still breaching past the defenses here. Mortizzi in big trouble. They are getting focused down by Alice in a big way. Do have the rage at the ready if needed, but no. They won't concede that one just yet. Kitsune playing into the Emma Frost now as well. They're ready to try and stop them in their tracks here. But here we go, Tony. It's time to get angry again. They're blasting past Mr. Fantastic, the only one holding it down. The mission vehicle eventually meets their demise.
Yeah, good lord. The Rage of Ultron, you feel it a little bit more in 7.5. Just explosive there onto the first target you pop it on. Now Beast, the rest of Adelaide Uni, they've secured themselves 2 minutes and 28 seconds to continue this push forward. Kitsune's now over to the Emma. They're struggling to deal with this composition from Adelaide Uni, so a lot of things are being swapped up here. Sky Dude over towards the Magic, looking for a poke towards the backside. Needs to get on towards these strategists here. The effectiveness of this triple is everybody's going to be pretty healthy, but Ewan gets a little bit overzealous. UCID are able to capitalize off of that over-aggression.
Yeah, doing a great job there. You can see that dude Bacon holding down the space on the Mr. Fantastic there, showcasing a lot of their prowess on that hero. Maybe they've had some, level up over the tutelage of a Gallus there. Who knows, Tony? But for now, we are going to be seeing the Banhammer coming down. UCID ready to go to town on this one, forcing out the boundary from Munchduck and Sia coming out from Mortizzi as well. And Song trying to burn through it, though. Not going to be able to catch them in their tracks. Sia, as here we go. Darkchild coming out from Sky Dude, and it's the Brainiac bounce on deck.
Brainiac bounce out of that dude Bacon once again. Cyanic Seduction coming through from the Darkchild as well from Sky Dude. But it will be shut down. They're not really finding the mark here. It's great stagger and great play from Adelaide Uni to fall back and play their angles, play their positioning, and stagger out those ultimates. Now will fight the fight on their own terms. Alice will get taken out of air by that dude Bacon. I didn't know. Fantastic. It was a hit skin sniping Alice out of air. And Adelaide Uni, now they are fortunate at their spawn here. They do have themselves a second cap halfway through towards this third. The UCID are holding their ground. Rage of Ultron's coming through, but it is going to be fate of both worlds. Alice, though, sniping Amortizzi in the back line, and they're just a isolation target fight there. Mr. Sampton, no Meteor. It's Lamau taking out Beast. UCID, even though the ultimates came out of Adelaide Uni, they're still fighting this fight.
Fighting the fight and fighting on as long as they can here, Tony. It's going to be Adelaide, though. Getting the KO on a Kitsune, definitely going to open more space as they trickle through more. That dude Bacon, though, back on track with the BRB, so it's not all over and out yet. Might be looking to focus up a little more, though, as they get closer and closer to the final stretch here. Skydude playing around cover. Much needed. They cannot afford to get KO'd out right now. No ults online. If anyone closer to it gets shut down, it could be curtains from there, but both teams are fighting hard for it right now. See ya. Brainiac bounce online to start, Tony. Here we go. Final fight territory.
Yeah, final fight, OT Ticks, Invisible Boundary from Adelaide Uni. They do have Endsong Inferno. Psionic Seduction's good at isolating targets away from where they want to fight. Sid, though, they're still healthy for the moment. Kitsune taking quite low, needs a strategist to top them up right now. Adelaide Uni, as I said, I have Agamotto still online, but Ewan's taken out there. Punisher turret from Skydude with the help of Lamau with the Banhammer. Rage of Ultron going to come through. Alice trying to snipe down a strategist, take away the Luna, take out Skydude on the Judgment here. This is a perfect fight for Adelaide Uni now, but they're going to be taking out Alice as well. This Rocket in the backline keeping everybody healthy. Kitsune and that dude Bacon doing all the work from the front. The Bash brothers and sisters together from Sid. Portal comes back here, and Fade are both worlds to stall. But Adelaide Uni, they don't have anyone else here on the point. Alice is going to fly out with this Agamotto that comes through from Ewan. Backside of the portal, Lamau isn't taken out. Nobody's taken out from Sid. They're still up for the moment, man.
Holding on and holding tight onto this one. Carbon Crush will force them away from the mission vehicle. And that's going to be a successful defense coming at you from you, Sid, Tony. Oh my days, right on the edge, end of the line. And you, Sid, will hold on. Well done. Well played to keep it away from a full push there. But they still have to work hard in order to try and match that energy.
Yeah, that was a close one. Great control of the space from Kitsune, swapping over to the Emma. It was beautiful. I, as well, have to give that dude Bacon some flowers, some Brainiac bounces that came in time. And as well, the strategist holding it down for you, Sid. Adelaide Uni, they don't get the full cap, but they'll take 2, and they'll take 109 meters. Now, they'll have to play defense here, Matt. Mr. Samp to think about the Elsa. They're swapping things up. Oblivious going to be on the Strange. And, of course, triple strategist still going to be coming into play. Luna, Ultron, an effective duo here. And dishing out a ton of poke damage, especially how we saw Alice play the Ultron. We'll speak about it, and we'll be put away for the moment. Going to be going over towards the Mag here. So they're giving Mr. Samter a crack on the duelist this time, Matt.
Yeah, looking to change it up. Why not? You know, if things aren't working, why not change it? Let's see if it works out for them here, as they do have the Elsa. And Elsa, one thing we haven't seen as much of, arguably, here today. So, in to see how this one will come into play for them, and whether they can hold on to that confidence. Well, they're already starting on strong with a good double strike there, and maybe looking to bike ahead with more, Tony, as they will be able to take away KO after KO and force Sid back to spawn.
Yeah, what a start. A little bit of an effective hold there, securing some early KOs, and Sid now going to be over to Mantis Rogue here. That dude Bacon as well on the Phoenix. Grouped up here. The Ice Arts is effective for Beast to get everybody safe. You can see a little spray there on the wall as well. They're thinking hard here for Adelaide Uni. And down towards the low ground, they'll take the fight off of the high ground. Everybody's gone. The Rogue happy to jump in. Lamau's throwing head first and throwing fist. It is going to be a great snowball there onto the Strange, but Oblivious, with that, you know, that new patch that came through, 7.5, CC's less effective when it's stacked there, and Oblivious, he's thankful for that, because Adelaide Uni hold firm.
Hold firm, hold strong, and ready to sing that song all again, Tony. But for now, it will be keeping control. That can quickly change, however. We've got the Rogue of all things coming out, Tony. All Rogue coming out, but no Gambit. Normally you see those two paired. It won't happen today, though. Could be exactly what they're after. They are going to be taking it easy. They look to dive ahead.
Silent Seduction, it's Jeff. This is going to be an effective combo if they can pull together a few players. It is going to be Seabass though, and Song Inferno by Alice shuts down the It's Jeff. We've seen it so effective in the Elite Series, but beautiful end song, beautiful timing. End song back on top of a strategist for Adelaide Uni. Lamau finds Oblivious. Just when we thought the fight was going to turn to Adelaide Uni, it turns once again to you, Sid. We're going to be seeing strat pull now here for Sky Dude. Shots across to get everybody healthy, and now Ewan needs to be careful. Apex Predator comes out there, but doesn't quite hit its mark. Not really able to secure all too much with that one. Living Bullet going to be coming through. Heartbreaker on the backline, but Meteor and Fate of both worlds answered back immediately by Adelaide Uni.
Yeah, big response and more to follow with the Banhammer coming down there and the Agamotto around the back. Oh, stack the deck! It's strategist KOs. That's exactly what you need, Tony. And that allows them to speed past their whole damn lineup. What a way to hit the hard reset on them. And now Adelaide Uni can force it back to them. You know, keep the pressure up and make the UCIT side work pretty hard, but one in the same. UCIT to be ready and waiting, trying their best to see if they can push past this, Tony. They're stuck in a chokehold.
Yeah, they're stuck here. They can't even really get around the corner either, with the fact that Adelaide Uni are playing a two-pronged approach. A few up on the high ground, a little bit of peeking down towards the low ground as well on main. Sky Dude getting the strategist strat pull coming through to play, but Alice, beautiful shots onto that dude. Bacon shuts the Phoenix down immediately here, and you, Sid, we have a few ultimates to play with. In both worlds, the Silent Seduction will have its Jeff as well to play with in just a little bit. But Adelaide Uni, Boundary and Song will be good at shutting that down before it even happens.
More to follow from here as we do have, as you said, it's Jeff available and maybe more to follow. Kitsune good to track through there, playing in a 2. Seduction and looking for more. What a big pickup though. Seabass, the best at dropping them off the map. Amazing work from the It's Jeff. Exactly the pump of energy you, Sid, needed here. Adelaide not able to contest them. There's no portal, no worries, and you, Sid, earn an extra 2.5 minutes.
Exactly what they needed. Always can count on a Jeff to come up clutch, and beautiful one from Seabass. Adelaide Uni, now how do they make this next fight approach? They have to think about them now. They can't dwindle on the pass. Kitsune, we're getting a ton of charge up there with that Emma playing up on the front end side of things. Adelaide Uni forced to fall back. Big maelstrom there from Lamau, and isn't really backed up by an invis, but it still does a ton of damage. Ewan's as well taken out. There goes their entire frontline mat. Adelaide Uni are going to have to fall back to safety here. That dude Bacon getting some angles up on that high ground here. Needs to be a little bit cautious. Doesn't want to overstep, because Adelaide Uni do have a Phoenix of their own that could deal with it.
Yeah, they can burn their way through just as quickly here, Tony. And you're going to see what happens. Apex Predator coming from downtown there. No deliveries. Going to reach their destination. Stopped in transit. And looking to get more with the Agamotto around the back. Try and see if they can stack it up. But no. Nothing's happening. They will find an opening, and now it all flows together. The domino effect are going to be commanding respect on this one, and it will be all KOs all day long. Labau, last one standing, and will fall as well. You do not want a staggered KO like that, Tony. That earns Adelaide so much time.
Yeah, so much time to play with. Ultimates as well to play with for Adelaide Uni. You, Sid. That dude Bacon going to be back to fantastic, and it's going to have to be fantastic in the play here to make something happen for you, Sid. Only got a minute left to work with, and that dude Bacon is going to be walking up. Taking a lot of the upfront here. Lamau as well. To have to see the strategist here. It's Jeff. He's going to be available for Banhammer here from Sky Dude. It's Jeff on top of that for good measure. Meteor comes out. He's going to just slam on Dunk. No crazy KO sequence there from Seabass this time. For the rest of them, it is going to be Radiac Bounce on top of Agamotto, on top of Psionic Seduction, and that is everybody from Adelaide Uni slowly dwindling in numbers. That dude Bacon whips the fist around there for a second. It's a double KO, maybe looking for this triple onto Beast. Fighting their mark there, throwing hands. It's triple for that dude Bacon. It's you, Sid, continuing to push.
Pushing on as strong as they can now, and only have a minute and a half to go in order to clear the rest of the path here, Tony. Adelaide have ways to sustain through it, you know, they've got the boundary at the ready, Agamotto soon, Apex Predator one in the same, UCID only have the dance floor. So if they can afford to stall out a bit longer, charge up their battery, so to speak, in the ult department, they might be a little bit more comfortable heading in towards that final fight territory. But one in the same, if Adelaide can shut them down in the neutral, it'll be perfect for them. Don't allow them to charge here, don't allow them to barge it past. Still, the battle rages on as they hold steady in position here, but UCID are doing whatever they can to claw past.
Yeah, I really liked how that dude Baker was playing up on that high ground, just poking down with those extended arms that Mr. Fantastic has. Alice, coming around the back here. Sniping some shots in the front, of course. They're trying to poke different angles here. UCID, of course, aren't checking behind them. Agamotto comes across, but Banhammer in return, oblivious to set pack and Fate of Both Worlds comes in right when UCID need it most. They're going to be walking up on top of an invisible boundary from Adelaide Uni. We do have Apex Predator and Ensong attempted to be used, but Brainiac bounce on top of Agamotto once again. The combo is so deadly. Two taken out. Mr. Scepter's down as well. Brainiac bounce. We'll find another. Lamau collects a triple on the KO feed. UCID will be able to take the point. We're going to a third. Matt, well played in combination from the UCID side.
Oh my days. Hard work pays off, Tony, and it will earn them another chance to play for glory. Another chance to play for victory. As one map apiece will mean you get to see one of the rarest things in the game, a Mr. Fantastic MVP. A big shout out to Dr. Danum Cat there. Awesome costume. And you're going to see that one back in action into the next game. I'm sure they'll bring out the Fantastic again.
And I just had a look, man. My jaw just hit the floor. 44,000 damage from that dude Bacon. Well-deserved MVP on the Mr. Fantastic. Had as many final hits as Lamau did on the Strange. And well, for you, Sid, I really liked that composition out of them. I felt like the triple strategist really allowed that dude Bacon to walk up, especially combinations with the Agamotto. Adelaide Uni just weren't able to deal with it as quickly and as effectively as they would have liked.
Yeah, just didn't have the solutions in the right amount of time there. I mean, it looked like they had a lot of momentum behind them, especially in their own attacking phase there, right? But it all just slipped away, especially towards the end. Like, it just felt like they just didn't have a way to close it. Like, no matter how close it got, you know, they fought through tooth and nail on those capture points. Every single time, it was like a battle of, yeah, to the absolute end of time there, and they just couldn't push past it. So very impressed with how both these rosters have earned themselves a map 3 today. So very excited for how it's all going to go down on Convergence as we jump into the Hall of Jalia.
And Hall of Jalia here for the final one. Should be exciting. Matt, do we see some interesting things swap up in the ban so far? Not really. Invis lock. Gambit bans for both sides. Pretty comfortable here. Do we maybe see a Fantastic ban?
Nope. We're going to see a Mag ban, though.
Oh, okay. I don't mind that one.
Maybe Fantastic could get banned later. They're actually protecting Punisher instead of the Fantastic this time. That dude Bacon hovering over it. So maybe they're changing their tune here, Tony.
Yeah, that dude Bacon. You know, the Fantastic's there if they want it. Especially if Adelaide Uni don't opt to ban it. Strange is a smart call. Especially on Hall of Jalia. Yeah, especially on Hall of Jalia, where it is so crucial on getting back to a point in an overtime situation. Double Strange, man. Are we? Oh, yeah, I don't mind that.
Oh.
No? No, yeah, double Strange.
And the Fantastic.
And the Fantastic. That dude Bacon is going to be crying in the VC right now, man. That's how he's feeling about this one.
Yeah, crying in the VC, crying in the club there. Not going to be happy with that, but they are going to get the Emma Protect on the way through for Kitsune there. One of the same, Adelaide now banning out Invis. So it's going to be a single-sided Invis, Tony, and What an interesting ban lineup, because now both sides have no chance at the portal contests. It's just a full mobility compositions all the way through, and my goodness, like, I'd expect contests to come through from things like the Cap, the Venom, stuff like that, you know? Otherwise, it's just going to be a full-blown bloodbath.
Yeah, this is a different change of pace. We're going to be seeing Hulk taken away. Can't forget what that one did here on the first point of domination. So Adelaide Uni, a lot of interesting things available. Ewan going to be going over the Groot. I actually don't mind that one. Groot getting let through here. But for the side of UCID, they get a very strong composition of their own. We'll be seeing Kitsune back on the Emma. Had quite an impact in that last one. And well, for the rest of the team, what do we see? Vanpool, Lamau. We'll be seeing, again, triple strategist. Sky Dude for the Ultron.
Yeah, it's a Sky Dude in the sky, Tony. That's appropriate, I think. Yeah. Love to see Sky Dude taking over the skies again. Yeah, that's it. Lore accurate, you know. Man of the people. Love to see it. Playing and taking control there. Going to be the hero the Skies never knew they needed. But we are going to be jumping in to the opening phase here. Oblivious already practicing their tracking in spawn there on their teammate. Love to see it, you know. The aim prac never stops, mate. And we are going to be jumping in to business right now. It's double Emma Frost and ready. Stay frosty into this one as Lamau will be holding the choke point. Ready. Whatever could be ahead of them. But my eyes are on Ewan right now in order to isolate these positions nice and early in the piece here. I'm keen to see if they can make it work. Sky Dude having that elevated position, though, could actually disengage some of that favor they might have with walls, but I speak too soon. There's the opening turn. They're zoning him out.
Yeah, that's a big wall there. Big isolation from Adelaide Uni. And for you, Sid, what do they really do? They don't have a strange to walk back. And they kind of just have to surrender. They've lost all the space here. And they've lost their minds here, you Sid. Now, what can they do? They're just going to have to surrender the point. This will be a quick cap. 5 minutes 40. When have you seen a clock built that quickly?
When I watch a watchmaker build a watch, that's the only time, Tony. Without that to get happening. You don't see a clock built that quick too often at all. Maybe we need to start calling them time wizards with how they managed to masterfully maneuver that time, Tony. But they are looking to masterfully maneuver the mission vehicle all the same. That dude Bacon does have final judgment at the ready now as well, so if they want to respond pretty quick smart, they can do that. But not when that dude Bacon is KO'd out of the game, because Alice is smacking past with a quad KO on the Namor. Blink and you'll miss it. They're looking for more, Tony. Luckily, their opponents will slip away.
Yeah, piercing through the hearts with those spears. Adelaide, you need to walk up as well. The Eternal Bond. You don't even get a moment to breathe, man. They're just under fire in so many of these engagements. Oblivious will find Kitsune. They are having to deal with Lamau and their backline. A sneaky Vanpool snuck through the enemy lines here, but Oblivious will deal with it. UCID are going to have to take the teleport back to the far end of spawn. It's 6 whole minutes. Adelaide Uni have already taken 2 percentage captures.
Yeah, gonna be a good to take away. So much space. It's almost like they're on a speed run in terms of pushing this mission vehicle, Tony. I don't know what they've got in the gas tank there, but I think that they need some more of that. Speaking of, at long last, the final judgment comes out. Boundary coming up in response there, acting as a bit of a smoke screen, as well as healing pool there. But speaking of pools, they are going to be able to pull away Jeff out of the game, and looking for more with the Psionic Seduction. Eternal Bonder popped in response there, trying to zone down through the back line, keep their team in the fight. Goddess Death though, Strangling Prison. Everything is getting popped here, and Oblivious is the one to take control.
A fadeaway there on the Goddess of Death. That's not what you see every day. Oblivious and Alice using this Helena Moore combo to success. You see that dude Bacon, he is probably very upset. He's fantastic got taken away, but he's also very upset with the situation at hand. Adelaide Uni continuing to mount that percentage, continuing to get those meters building. We're going to be seeing big Groot Wall as well set up here for Ewan to get that bonus HP. Strangling Prison is as well available with Horn of Proteus. He's going to be copying up the Eternal Bond here to get on towards that mission vehicle just to get themselves back in a good spot. But here is the Strangling Prison. No follow-up on the Horn of Proteus because Alice didn't really have the percentage to use it.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to have the charge to get in position for that as yet, but at least they will have it in just a second here. Speaking of, ooh, good to fade away onto that one. Beast are staying into the fight as long as they can for their team, and Mr. Samter and co absolutely shredding past the defenders. One last line of hope here, Horn of Proteus, just to seal the deal onto that attack, and they will be able to take control of it. 4 minutes and 2 seconds, Tony. Adelaide absolutely annihilating their attacking phase.
Yeah, 4 whole minutes. If we go to OT, you said they're going to have to dig deep. What do we change here? We're going to need something to deal with this Helena more. Maybe a Phoenix in there from that dude Bacon if it's in the pool, right? I was going to say I'm not too sure. We've seen Fantastic. We've seen Punisher from that dude Bacon. Maybe we see it from Sky Dude. We need a Phoenix in here if we're using it right now. That Groot, that Emma, the Helena Moore, as well, the strategist doing so much here for Adelaide Uni. Now, 4 whole minutes to hold and 4 whole minutes to push here for you, Sid. We will have the beacon. Yeah, the BRB available for Seabass, as well the amplifier that could set that dude Bacon up for some very big KOs there once they pop that in tandem with the Judgment.
I'm so ready for this, Tony. Ready to see those old combinations come in to play here, because you can really make things work so effectively if you just play together. Synergize well, spell trouble for your enemies. For now, though, we have only a few moments before the games begin all over again, as the gates now open, and here we go. So you, Sid, gonna take aim at an attacking phase here. Adelaide going to have to try for just as an impressive defense as they did on their attacking phase, Tony. Let's see if they can do it.
Let's see what they do. Lamau going to be taking first contact. It's the kind of rule set in stone as a Vanguard, right? You make first contact with the opponent here. Ewan going to be playing on that corner. Poking away with the Groot arms. They're quite, well, they extend quite far. They dish a ton of damage too. You're going to be seeing Mr. Samter walking up with the Emma Frost just taking in front here. We're going to be popping up that shield. Going to be sitting pretty comfortably, but that dude Bacon in the background will find Oblivious. So pick goes to Usid's way, and how do they opt to approach here on the walk-up?
Gonna push around the outside, Tony. Glide around it. I like how that dude Bacon is utilizing cover here. They're not leaving themselves overly exposed, and they are absolutely pelleting down damage towards Ewan there. Charging themselves up, and they out-sustain the healing. What a way to push themselves past the defense to begin here. It's all on Mr. Samter now to try and keep their team in it. Albeit, they're charging up their ult well, but they aren't able to stop them until now. Oblivious, what a comeback. And they're still in the fight. Boundary coming up is exactly what they need with the Horn of Proteus as well.
Yeah, but the Amplifier keeping everybody up. That was a good combination there from Adelaide Uni, but it's thwarted. Only one there. The Silent Seduction going to be coming through. Eternal Bonds. They're going to try and pull that dude Bacon off the high ground. That Punisher could be quite a struggling thing to deal with. Boundary for Eternal Bond now here from Adelaide Uni as they'll walk up. Oblivious able to find that dude Bacon. Fade up onto the high ground. Beast wants to get involved here. Dagger form going to be dishing a ton of damage there on the Matizzi. For Adelaide Uni, they hold it. Only 66% here for you, Sid. 75 actually. Big wall going to be put up here for Ewan. Going to be setting themselves up. 2 minutes left here for you, Sid, to continue to attack.
Yeah, plenty of time here for them to try and set themselves up all over again. They have the Meteor, the Final Judgment at the ready. Got us to death around the corner too. They don't have too much more to sustain through it. They do put the bubble on the Final Judgment though, so a bit more sustain for that dude Bacon. Ooh, almost catching off Alice there. Going to be able to take them away, though, and get 0 value from that ult. As a matter of fact, all it is good for is clearing a bit of space, but Kitsune will deliver. Good capitalization. Now getting on track onto the mission area will be stalled out just the same, Tony. But it's now UCID in control.
Yeah, that's a big primary fire there onto Munchstock. They'll find Mr. Samter too. This is where UCID can now claim the point, and they'll claim time bank, and they now look to push this mission vehicle. 3 minutes 30. Adelaide Uni. Now they'll have to regroup. That dude Bacon taking out Alice in the interim. Uses that smoke grenade to propel themselves forward. Now look to try and take up some space here. Interesting that they swapped off the Helena Mall. Zip line to the high ground here for that dude Bacon. Gonna be setting up on the turret here. Very aggressive frontward position. I was gonna say Adelaide Uni can see that. They're gonna break that turret immediately. You and Big Wall again in this corner. That's how you want to play the group, right? The protocol is set that wall up where it can't be broken. Ultimates here as well for Adelaide Uni could be more effective. Goddess of Death to Goddess of Death. Meteor going to be held here. Looking for the slam dunk. It's going to be onto Oblivious as they get taken out of the Goddess of Death. Perfect timing, but strangling Prison on top of order. Proteus. That is 4 from Alice. Perfectly combined there with Ewan. Adelaide Uni, just when they thought their fight was lost. That is a beautiful play. A KO as well from Ewan to follow suit. 2 minutes 20 now here for you, Sid.
Yeah, good resurgence into the fight for them there. Will earn them a bit more time and maybe more where that came from. But speaking of time, it could be time for some ults to be committed by UCID here, considering they have 4 at the ready. There's that final judgment. Gonna see the Eternal Born come out in response there. The seduction as well on both sides. And it does net a favor for Adelaide in the initial phase here, but will it stay that way? That is still to be tested. It's Jeff coming out. They've caught Ewan, and they're looking to take them on a bit of a journey. They might not get there in the end, though, Torrent. Oh, nope. They're going to be AOK, so unlucky.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing about it. It's Jeff in this situation there just before the second point. There's not really any way you can take them off in terms of the environmental KO. For Adelaide Uni, well played. That was 4 ultimates out of usage, just expended like that, and they didn't find all too much value. We're seeing Seabass playing further back here. That dude Bacon needs to get a little bit of healing to their board. Oblivious will find Sky Dude. That actually forces the rest of them back. Oblivious controlling so much space here, very aggressive on the right-hand side. Could look to find a Hornet Proteus over the top too. Alice is playing this the more like the master of the seas, looking like Poseidon out there, Matt. Spears onto Kitsune 2 on top of the squids, on top of the Antsy, and a help from Mr. Samter. Alice, you get a little bit too cocky, my friend. Has to fall back.
Yeah, fall back to their team there and wait to launch another counter-attack later. But they can maintain course, maintain distance here. And Ewan taking to the skies as well, taking advantage of the temporary map transformation there. Interesting to see a flying Groot, isn't it? I think I'd be terrified if I saw something like that. A flying Groot coming towards you. Speaking of, wait. I'm going to be seeing some elevated high ground taken by UCID as well. Trying to go for a bit of a flank here, but all the same, this could actually push them into an uncomfortable position. Maybe get KO'd out, Tony. Not much time remaining, though. UCID need to lock in here, otherwise it could be curtained.
Yeah, there could be curtains. Lamau taken out immediately. Strangling Prison's available. This is the walk-up you would want, right? Blocked on the wall. Goddess of Death, the Goddess of Death once again answered in return here. Skytooth's just trying to find something for Boundary. Stops anything from happening. And a fade away from Oblivious, finding Sky Dude on the drop down. That dude Bacon will drop down to Adelaide Uni. Will drop UCID 3-1 there in the Hall of Dajalia, Matt. And that is 2-1 in this series. What a game from both teams, though.
Yeah, well done, honestly, to both rosters. Like, they definitely both earned their flowers into this series. There's a reason this went all the way into map 3, Tony. Just really impressed with some of the plays that came through across the board, but all the same, really great to see what Alice was able to do on that Namor. I think it was the impact maker they needed there. You know, Namor, one of the lesser picked heroes, I'd say, in the current state of the game, but when you're able to kind of activate on that Namor and really tap into some of that potential, you can definitely, as you've just seen, really strike hard and make a huge impact. So well done, well played to Adelaide Uni there for running it back in the end, and Unfortunate for you, Sid, but they definitely played well as well.
Yeah, you said definitely have to have their flowers, right? Matt, we saw some big plays from Lamau and that dude Bacon over on Araco, but Hall of Dajalia was claimed by Adelaide Uni. And yeah, to give the rest of the team credit, it's a well-played team overall from both sides. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this last one, Matt.
Likewise, Tony. Looking forward, looking ahead to exactly what's going to be in store here as we get things all set up before the final leg, the final bout, Tony. Never have a doubt, it's time to get ticking in, and we'll be back with this last one right after this. Hello, welcome back to AEL University Elite Series. Matty and Two Tap Tony are ready for your last series. It's gonna be RMIT Black taking on the Monash Mutants.
Ooh, I like this one, man. RMIT Black checking out the roster for you. It's Air Ninja, Netra, Smiles, Vorst, Toogsy, and Untitled. For the Monash Mutants, it's Wosh, Pikachu, Joji, Dixon 99, Weil, and Relishida. Last player there for Monash. And Matt, this is going to be an exciting one because RMIT Black, they're looking towards the top of the table. Monash Mutants currently in second as far as we know. And this is going to be a very, very exciting game.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what Rin Lashida will be able to do there. They're hovering over that lunar snow. So maybe able to get some prowess onto that hero as well. But speaking of, it's going to be an immediate protect honor to the Daredevil here, most likely focused for Joji. As you can see, big hover over that one. We've seen what Joji can do on Daredevil within the Ignite circuit as well, so eager to see Joji coming to play again here for Monash, but one in the same. RMIT looking to fight back. We'll have the ban in their favor, and it's going to be Ultron taken out of focus.
Yeah, Ultron taken out. We're going to be seeing Daredevil lock here for the likes of Monash. You know who that's for, right? You can already see the hover. Ultron one-sided here for RMIT. And I imagine that's going to be probably for Air Ninja. Maybe a Vorst could rock that one. But as well, we're going to be seeing Mantis taken away from the Mutants. Both teams taking away Invis. Very respectable. We've seen some heavy impact with the boundaries. Matten looking towards RMIT for their second lock. Luna Ultron. No Mantis, though, in there. Or the final, of course. So I imagine a triple strategist line up more than possible here for RMIT.
Yeah, 100%. I think that there is high possibilities they can lock that down, especially having Luna in focus there. They can play into the Ultron as well. Could even see them play that in combination with, like, the Fox, considering the team up there. See what they come up with, though. Obviously not going to be able to clone the ultimates with something like the Loki, so Monash will be able to take a single-sided Mantis into this one. So it's just kind of a give and take of what you can get into this. RMIT do have at least one more ban to their table, so can also relegate out another form of the strategists there, in the sense they can take away Loki, so then nobody gets Loki. But no, it's going to be Jeff actually taken out of the mix there, so they concede the God of Mischief in terms of Jeff instead.
Yeah, this is great for Monash Mutants. Loki Mantis, Groot as well, potentially on Hell's Heaven. Not a bad one. Blocks off lines of sight, blocks off those choke angles as well. If Monash Mutants are able to get onto the point pretty quickly, Goji going to be rocking with the Elsa. Even though the Daredevil's available, it feels like he probably wants to play a little bit more poke heavy, especially with the fact that they've got the Mantis. They want to chip damage from the backside of things. Inside of RMIT, though, this is a cool one to see. Going to be seeing Smiles on the Angela and Netra on the Emma Frost map.
Yeah, I'm almost disappointed, Tony. I saw Smiles hovering over the cap initially, and I thought we were going to see the famous Smiles cap come into play here. But no, it's not today. But it is still going to be a good day to see the Smiles Angela on in play into this one. One in the same, Joji is bringing out the Elsa. So, hopefully another hero that carries a lot of strength behind it. And keen to see what else they can do. One in the same, we do have the White Fox coming out for Air Ninja and Co there, playing into the team up with Luna, and looking to do more where that came from. But now, Tony, it's time to get in to play, to tame the beast that is the mission area, and everybody's looking for that high ground control.
Yeah, Angela for both sides. Wosh and Smiles going to be meeting hand in hand here. Joji, look at that new Elsa costume. It's a pretty one to see. Dixon going to take out Smiles, though, so RMIT probably going to still control that higher ground, but for the Monash Mutants, they're happy to take up on the mission area. They'll secure themselves a cap percentage now, starting to build. Navorst is trying to put them back here as well. Netra, back in that new Hellfire Gala drip we see from the Emma. And you can still see RMIT holding for this space towards the high ground, but they have to turn their attention eventually to the point. Joji will find another on the Smiles. They're just bullying Smiles to start this off. How can you do this to the birthday boy?
I know, right? It's not time for birthday punches. It's time for birthday battle, it would seem, Tony. But we are going to be jumping in to the rest of this one. And Monash good to hold on firmly to their control over the mission area. Already clawing their way towards the halfway point and to be living through whatever is thrown at them. Would see a turnaround soon, though. RMIT are pretty close to getting angry here. Tuzi almost taken out of play, however. So good focus from Monash, but the clash is still raging on.
Yeah, look at how well they're positioning behind this pillar, though, using the environment to their advantage. Smiles going to be trying to charge on through, going to be snowballed up. Smiles just can't get anything going. Does have the Ultron drone at least to secure some healing on towards, but Smiles is going to be focused out. It's Rin actually to find that one. Threaded back, they have taken out Wiles. 1-for-1 here, Rage of Ultron from RMIT. Not going to really find all too much from Tugsy. Monash Mutants actually surrendered the percentage. It comes up here for RMIT, and now they're going to be the ones using the environment, but they pin Netra. Netra's not long for this world, Matt. Beautiful KO on the Assassin's Charge from Wosh.
Yeah, you're going to be able to push ahead with that one, and matching the dance floors there with the God of Mischief. Good from Rin Lashida there, and can even take it further with Wild looking to do the same. Heaven's Retribution coming down from Wosh, and Indomie Unleashed as well from Air Ninja onto this one. So they're just exchanging strategist ultimates at the moment. Joji waited for the prime time, though. Gets a special delivery straight into the wall. Carbon Crush coming out. They're trying to respond, but the Soul Resurgence keeps them online. Oh, this is the turnaround they were desperately searching for, Tony. And Monash Mutants will be able to get the mission area back.
Yeah, I thought Joji was going to get KO'd there. He walked out of the Loki runes there, and I was like, oh, this is where he falls. But no, that Soul Resurgence from Dixon came up perfectly. Monash Mutants now, percentage builds for them. 80% now up here, and you can see how far forward Joji and Dixon are playing. There's going to be Smiles, Netra trying to take space back up here. As well, of course, going to be poking from the backside, but we haven't seen all too much out of this Phoenix yet. It's hard to get going when all of the sightlines are being cut off, and especially how Monash Mutants are playing heavily around these pillars, heavily around the environment, giving them so much cover to work with. Assassin's Charge, Heaven's Retribution coming out there from Smiles, doesn't find anything. Rage of Ultron on top of Loki runes. It's so hard to look at if you're RMIT's fan right now, Matt.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? You know, they're working hard as they can, but the regeneration domain just allows Monash to sustain through the pain there. Tuxi almost shut out. Joji will be punished, though, so this is the turnaround that RMIT needs. They will be able to gain control, stagger out these KOs as well. This is exactly the momentum shifter that they needed. Now, they're taking a lot of space, RMIT, as well. Looking to concede it, actually. They're not looking to hold too close to the sun here. But, I mean, I don't know if they want to give Monash so much space for free. You know, I think that they might need to consider taking the fight to them here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to get up in their face. Wosh still up on the high ground. Looking for the pin onto Netra, but she's going to be stopped there. And there's going to be a charge back. Assassin's Charge for Assassin's Charge. Cooldown for cooldown, Psionic Seduction. Joji going to be KO'd where he stands there, and so is Dixon. They walked a little too far. Ultimate's not really there for Monash as well to keep them up. But now we will see point percentage go to RMIT. We're now to 98 here, Matt. Overtime looms on the horizon. Monash, they will look for a portal back from Joji while the rest of them try and stall. Wosh is taken out, but still dishing out a ton of chip damage here for Pikachu. Eternal Bond going to be met by the Meteor, and it's a big one charged up. Netra, though, has found the KOs. Soul Resurgence here from Dixon. It is taken out to everybody from RMIT. Black is staggering these KOs. They're looking for Wosh. They'll send him off there. Will be Loki runes on top, and overtime still ticking here, Matt.
That doesn't even matter because the OT runs its course and RMIT sets sail to a capture in the Super Soldier Factory. Oh my goodness. Just when you think Monash have got all the momentum, RMIT shift gears and will be able to take control from there. My goodness, Tony. What a start. So competitive. Both teams getting to 99 apiece here. And now we finally have an initial victor. But the map's not over yet. Monash still got their own chance of redemption.
Yeah, Monash, you're gonna have to dial in. They've got ults, right? Assassin, Heaven's Retribution, not Assassin's Charge, man. It gets used so much that it's like, feels like almost the same ability in a way.
Interchangeable, right?
Interchangeable, but yeah, we've also got God of Mischief here for Rin. But for the side of RMIT, they've got a lot of ultimates to play with too. Rage of Ultron on top of Endsong Inferno could be a chaotic combo for the mutants to deal with.
Pure chaos. It could be on its way through there. I have to call Scarlet Witch for the reality erasure on it to that one. See what will be unfolding in a second though. Smiles is doing some good scouting ahead. Actually faces off with Wosh there, saying, oh, fancy seeing you here. They will have a clash in the skies. Neither going to be looking to take aim at much more than that though, but there we go. Smiles again trying to see if they can shut them down. Heaven's Retribution immediately going to be popped there. One of the same with the Rage. Toogsy, big firepower, going to be able to shut down the doppelgangers with immediate effect, but the God of Mischief comes out from Rinless Sheeta, and it's time for the dance floor, Tony, and they are clawing back the momentum.
They're going to be copying dance. Both sides, Endsong Inferno trying to snipe out a quick KO there onto the Luna. In comes Wosh, in comes RMIT though. They've got Scientific Seduction, and that's perfectly locked up. Because now the Strategist ultimates are down here for Monash. They've got nothing to survive against it. Apex Predator comes out here from Joji trying to pull them back there. It will be KO secured nevertheless here from the Monash Mutants. They'll find Smiles in air once again taken out. 30% from RMIT, but Monash, they flip the point. Now for RMIT, they're going to have to regroup and re-strategize here. Matt, they've lost a lot of their ultimates. The Monash Mutants probably have the better composition to fight in this neutral.
Yeah, they should be able to hold it together, right? I think that their fight potential in the neutral is going to be solid. Speaking of Assassin's Charge, Smiles trying to get the kidnap through on the Wosh there. Won't be able to zone them out though. Heaven's Retribution locks them in place, and Wosh is taken out of the space there. Their entire Vanguard lineup is eviscerated off the back of Smiles priming that play for their team. So really well done to clear the space there. Now they can gain the control back onto the mission area, and they can manage to set themselves ahead of this one. Really impressed with the shift of momentum here, Tony.
Yeah, RMIT just, you know, that first point on domination was a little bit rough from them. They struggled to really maintain their ground, find that momentum, but now they're playing with all chips on the table. Weil will be able to find Netra though. The quick air secured for Monash Mutants on their approach back towards the point. We'll see a Psionic Seduction, but we'll see Eternal Bond. Actually, Toogsy's going to be locked up in place, snowballed, but Toogsy's still up. That Eternal Bond keeps him online for so long. Air Ninja now has to be cautious. Apex Predator once again from Joji pulls Air Ninja out of submission. Air Ninja will be taken out by Wosh. Joji still trying to get on top of the Luna, while still sniping away with the Icy Arts here. Stone Cold Killer. And it is going to be Monash continuing to push this mission percentage forward.
Progression getting closer and closer, and once again, it's another competitive capture point, Tony. Both teams are neck and neck into this whole pursuit here. Monash Mutants do have the favor at the moment. Heaven's Retribution at the ready, got a Mischief one in the same, and they have Fate of Both Worlds around the corner. Heaven's Retribution going to be popped early though, Weil and Co now getting the flow of KOs they needed. Regeneration Domain popped as well, just for a bit of insurance there, but they don't even need it. There was only one trade back. Smiles playing into the Strange though, could be going for a bit of cheeky portal tech later on into the space here. They've still got it online. They need to make sure they play safely though, or they could get shut out. Speaking of, Smiles just going to be taking a position to push forward. They're not playing portal at all, Tony.
Yeah, no, I think it was either the Smiles was coming, probably, do we want to portal back to point? Do we have time to portal back to point? 94% here. We're going to be seeing Ren copy the Fate of Both Worlds. Rage of Ultron's going to be completely nullified by that strategist ultimate, and we'll see as well. Apex Predator out of Joji, not quite able to pull anyone. Fate of both worlds, Sonic Seduction and Edsong coming back from RMIT in a big way. Wild does still have that fate here up for the Monash Mutants. They are still fighting for space, though Dixon will take out Toogs. Netra will fall as well to Rin. It is going to be Agamotto from Smiles. Will be able to find one under Joji. Tries to pull up that Seraphim shield to block all of the damage coming out from Monash. It's Dixon still firing away, sniping away with the seeds there. Dixon trying to find that KO onto a boss. It will be picked up by Wosh. Monash Mutants, they'll take the second point of Hell's Heaven. Frozen Airfields theirs. We go to the Eldritch Monument, Matt.
Oh my goodness, now both teams taking one mission area apiece here, Tony. It looks like we are ending off with a bang into this one. You know, a lot of competitive domination perhaps been afforded to us tonight, and absolutely love to see them. Speaking of loving to see it, wait to see how things will go down into the final point in contention here. You know, they're not making too many changes. Everything's mostly staying pretty focused here, I'd say. And I'm curious who's going to be able to save the day onto this one.
And who is going to be able to take Hell's Heaven here? A very close contested series. You expect it, right? Monash Mutants there towards the top of the table. RMIT fighting for their, you know, a well-deserved victory, and a well-deserved victory to place them further up in the standings here, because they're currently sitting around the middle of the pack, not too far down, but definitely want some more wins on their board going into the later stages here. Potentially secure themselves into playoffs. Smiles onto the thing, Matt. Not every day you see a Smiles thing come out.
Yeah, not every day you get to see that one come into play there, but it's always nice to have a bit of a new tech, let's say, coming in into the mix. Speaking of, Pikachu, good to lock them in to the Sonic Seduction there. Tuzi almost taken out, but does manage to sustain through with their team. They're playing into one lane, though, which could enable a big KO box for the Monash Mutants here if RMIT aren't too careful. Speaking of, now looking to be further enabled with the Heaven's Retribution there, and Ninja forced to pop the Eternal Bond onto this one, create a healing zone around the mission area, and the Soul Resurgence will keep Monash Mutants on track as well, but nobody able to crack through the armor of the capture point.
Yeah, nobody going to be getting anything. Joji with a kite, it's a triple. It's going to be a quad into the Penta, into the Hexa. Joji, beautiful play there on the Elsa. I want to see him cosplay this costume at some stage, Matt, but what a play from one of our seasoned veterans from the MRI.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. The Joji Hexa, if you haven't heard it before, you'll hear it here today. And it wasn't on Bucky, it was on Elsa. So, Joji able to break a free and take it on a KO spree. Absolutely incredible. And more plays to come, I'm sure. Let's see if they can claw their way ahead and keep RMIT locked out from a distance here, as Smiles is trying to push ahead of this one, getting closer to the clobbering time as well. Would be the change up they need into this. Regeneration Domain are going to be popped as well by Rin Lashina there, so desperately trying to hold on to position, but RMIT are fighting back in a big way. They found Pikachu. This is a good start for them, and now more to follow. It's all coming to work, Tony.
Yeah, collecting all these KOs quite quickly. Smiles collecting one. Toogsy on a Joji there, shutting down the KO leader right now. Wosh now trying to just stall for some more percentage, but we're going to take it out by Netra. Seasoned veterans as well on RMIT. They'll flip the point back towards their favor, but 60%. Monash Mutants happy to take it. Playing very confident now. They've got 4 ultimates to the 5 of RMIT. It's all about how they control this space. Toogsy probably wanted to play as safe as possible, especially with that range of Ultron, but Netra, he's just up in the face. He's got a full charge beam, Matt, and he wants to let that one work.
Let it all work and put it into action. Regeneration Domain going to be popped all over again. A good beginning from Untitled there. And ready to see if they can squirm their way forward all over again. Smiles doing a good job just to keep the space in their favor, but they do realize they can't overstay their welcome here. So we'll concede a little bit of space, especially considering Wosh is playing into a Groot here. You don't want to be isolated out of the fight. You don't want to allow them any opening KO potential. All the same, both teams are pretty close to an insane fight potential with 6 ults on both teams in a second. That is the recipe for chaos, and now the battle begins, Tony!
Yeah, the question is who goes first. Psychic Seduction first out of Monash. They will copy up the fate of both worlds, and it will get swallowing onto the end song. We'll see another Apex Predator from Joji. He'll just send one off the map. There with a quick environmental KO onto Smiles. Netra with a Psychic Seduction in return here. But Monash Mutants, they've got a fate of both worlds to use here. Weil going to be popping that one, but Wosh is taken out, and so is Joji. Both JMT members fall here from Monash, and they're looking to probably have to backtrack here. Dixon taken low and taken out by Toogsy. Great snowball, but Netra immediately going to be taken out of snowball form there because Weil opted for the primary fire, and it's 93 to 94%. Monash Mutants, they're going to have to portal back, and Wosh is already on deck.
On deck, commanding respect there. Soul Resurgence going to be popped immediately. Clobbering time up front though from Smiles. Dialed in and ready to go. We'll be looking to exchange blows onto this one. As they try and punch their way forward, they need some kind of sustain for their team into this one. See if they can claw past. Tixon in a bit of trouble as well. Hasn't been popped back up yet, but nobody is going down until now. Smiles finds the opening onto Pikachu there. Now has another way forward onto this one. They still need to do as much as they possibly can to keep fighting through it though, Tony.
Yeah, Reg of Ultron built immediately there from Toogsy. This is going to be popped immediately. Trying to snipe out the Loki. The rest of Monash are trying to control the point. Joji's going to be taken. No, it's actually going to be Wosh finding in the back end of that one. And off of the point, Mutants aren't going to touch Matt. RMIT will take it. C9 as some would call. And that is going to be RMIT taking home Hell's Heaven.
Oh my goodness, the M9 comes through there. Can't believe what we have witnessed, Tony. And it will be RMIT on track here. Netra earning the MVP onto this one with the Hellfire Gala costume. Love to see it, and you're going to see more where that came from as the first map gets claimed by RMIT. Can you believe this? Smiles and co are back in a big way.
Yeah, that is clinical. Netra, 14 finals there. 29 KOs to Netra's board, Matt. A huge play from the Everfrost out of RMIT Black. And as well, we got to see Smiles on the thing. That's, an interesting thing to see. But, of course, as well, the strategist lineup of Air Ninja, Toogsy, and, of course, their Lunar Snow. Beautifully played from RMIT. Holding down when, it got really dicey there. We saw Monash come out of the portal with the Soul Resurgence. And then RMIT, they just kite it out. They fall back a little bit. And then they make Monash get in their own heads and walk off of the point completely.
Yeah, really incredible work from them there, and I'm devastated for Joji. After getting a Hexel, they still don't win. That has got to be absolutely crushing, Tony. But you know what? The next place that we're going to be seeing players crushing it is going to be on Midtown for the Convoy. So, we'll lock into the draft here, say goodbye to Gambit, and say hello to Daredevil again. It's much the same, a bit of deja vu. We've been in this place before, and we are going to jump into the next one.
Yeah, jumping into the next one. It's immediate Daredevil lock for Mutants. No more messing around. Joji wants to play on his terms. Loki going to be banned out here for RMIT. I like that one. They're going to be taking away Ren's kind of god of mischiefs there that came in so clutch and copying up ultimates there for the likes of the Mutants. They're going to be locking in the Ultron again, Matt, and maybe could potentially see a one-sided Ultron ban here coming out from RMIT. The Monash Mutants, though, a lot of heavy thinking here towards this ban, and it is going to be the Mantis taken away here.
I think it's great that RMIT have locked down the Loki early, considering the impact that Monash was able to have around it. You know, they continually played around the God of Mischief and managed to get a cycle of dance floors from it, and played into that regeneration domain over and over again. So taking away one of the key parts of their strategist lineup forces them to shift focus here. I'm really interested in what Monash can kind of bring to the table now without that cycle of strategist ultimates at play here. At least RMIT, they're managing to masterfully maneuver the drafts right now. They have Ultron at the ready, they have Luna. They're not really too worried about their duelist lineup, let alone their Vanguard. So now, no Loki across the board, which is great for both teams, but what do they keep and what will they have taken away in these last two?
My question is Strange, potentially? Yeah, is that a thought that's in the back of their minds, right? Strange is probably a pretty prio pick. Mutants, they're going to go to the Phoenix. That I imagine will go towards Joji. I don't think any of the other Monash mutants play Phoenix all too much. So 2 locks here potentially catering towards Joji. Does have a lot of plays to make here. Mantis going to be the final thought about one. We're not going to see one-sided Mantis here for the mutants. Both sides going to be taking away Loki, Invis, and Mantis. Ton of strategists means that we're going to probably see Luna White Fox here with the Ultron that was saved by RMIT. And well, I've forced straight to the Phoenix because there was no contestation there from Monash mutants. And the mutants, this is a lot of theory crafting about this composition. Smiles potentially back over towards Magneto. I don't mind that one. Emma Mag's not a bad front line here. And, you know, Smiles has said to us many a times, Matt, he loves being in Mag jail some days.
Oh yes, he's absolutely thrilled to be in Mag jail, Tony. I wouldn't think of anything else for Young's Files there, so I'm sure they're going to be loving it. And eager to see how that one will play out for them as we do get our preparations laid in place here. To see the one-sided Luna White Fox combination into this one. Playing into the team up with Emma Frost as well is beneficial. And we saw what Netra was able to bring, you know, to the lineup just in the last map alone. It was a lot of prowess, a lot of presence. You know, just when you think Emma Frost is one of the more shied away from Vanguards, in the right set of circumstances, they can still put in a lot of hard work, and they definitely showcased that all the same. But speaking of showcases, we are going to be showcasing the attacking phase for Monash right now as RMIT locks it back on defense.
And locking it down in Midtown, going to be a very important affair for both of these sides. RMIT, especially if they want that coveted 2-0 against the Monash Mutants, they're going to have to be very cautious here. Going to be Joji back on the Daredevil and back at home here, it feels. Going to be 3-2-1ing with Wosh probably very consistently throughout this attack on Midtown. They're going to shut it down. Joji, on his initial dive, doesn't really find anything. Probably more poking and prodding for some cooldowns. But RMIT don't have to use all too many of them. They're going to 3-2-1 again. And you can look how cautiously RMIT are playing, ready to answer that dive time and time again. Though Dixon and Joji will be able to collect some quick KOs. Bootsy has to be cautious. They've taken out a Vorst, and Joji bounces back in just when we thought he was out. He's going to be slicing up with those batons for a quad. Joji normally lighting up the KO feed, and it seems like Midtown as well. Here's his domain.
Already bringing a ton of pain into this one. So incredible start from the Monash side here, but the hard work isn't over yet. RMIT still good look to stop them in track. Nope, not today. Not going to be able to get there in time, but might be able to bounce back with a KO if they're quick enough. Maybe not. Will be forced to concede a bit of space here. So good momentum will be secured by Monash in order to enable that first capture point, and Song Inferno could actually net more big damage around the back there. Not going to be able to stack it up though, but at least they can clear a lot of space off this.
Yeah, that forces the strategists to patty cake one another, right? Get themselves back into fighting form. Rage of Ultron on top of Fate of Both Worlds. 2 strategist ultimates being expended here from RMIT. No KO being found just yet for them. So now Monash Mutants, it's their turn to boogie. We're going to be seeing Aya Agamotto let the devil out. Joji's letting those batons fly on top of the back line, on top of the front line, on top of everybody. Netra, though, able to get the Carbon Crush. Joji's taken low, needs to get out. It needs to get topped up by the strategist. Healing comes through. Air Ninja will find it. He's going to be taken out, though, followed by Red. And Mutants, they take up all that space with that end song initially. That will pay them dividends here. RMIT, though, they're still fighting for this second point hold.
Yeah, fighting hard, fighting strong into this one, Tony. And they got a few tools at their disposal as well. Clobbering time certainly could be the difference maker for them if they find the right circumstances for it. Speaking of Pikachu, deep upon enemy lines there. It's going to be Whoosh found first, though. Evorce are good to open the account. Clobbering time primed up. Pikachu maybe in a bit of trouble. Does manage to struggle their way back. Joji actually might get caught out here. Smiles is hunting! Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
That was a big commitment to that fight, Tony. Joji's lucky to get out of that one.
Yeah, Smiles are seeing red. That's sometimes what be to detriment or to your advantage if you're feeling KO hungry, especially on the thing where you can probably jump back to your team pretty successfully. You're going to be seeing Venom out of a Whoosh try to get on towards the back line. You can see Joji and Whoosh just poking and prodding on this backside here. Untitled, needs to be careful. Ensong Inferno is going to be the Kumio, and answer Joji and Whoosh get turned on completely. Turned on their heads. Mutants now have to fall back. Another KO from the Kumio. It's a double from Air Ninja. Whenever you see this guy play strategist, this effectively does a little bit of a role swap after he found his spot in MRI mat, and well, he's been put in the hours. Air Ninja, great play from him.
Yeah, that's why they are the substitute for Vulcan Red on MRI there, because they can do it all, Tony. Normally a Vanguard, now prime strategists, and they can prime a real estate in their prowess on the roll, and Britty go for a stroll ahead again. So let's see if they can get more from it. Whoosh are going to be isolated out. This is a great opening from Netra. They're taking advantage with the Rage as well, looking to engage onto this one. What a setup from the Carbon Crush from Netra. The final KO clutch there. That is so good to just stall out more time and lock it in for them.
Yeah, that was a big play out of Netra and Tugsy. You can see a lot of combination of ultimates. I really have to give credit to RMIT. Their communication is very effective. Just the isolation of the targets there. Netra's like, all right, I'm going to go on this guy. I'm going to Carbon Crush, and you're going to follow up Tugsy. So seduction coming through. Eternal Bond for Rin so deep towards the back line that nobody's really bothered about it. They're up in the front. Final Judgment coming out for the Agamotto as well from Pikachu. Ensong being held for so long here from Evorce. Looking to pop it on a Joji. Smiles has been taken out. The Final Judgment's now gone and ineffective. Whoosh is still towards the strategist on the back line. They're trying to patty cake here effectively. Doozy and Air Ninja fighting against Whoosh and trying to win out, while Netra and Evorce are still towards the front of the mission vehicle. And a minute left here for Monash.
Really impressed with the patience from Evorce there. You know, they used the end song to sustain through the fight there, wait out the Final Judgment. Then they shut down Joji and Weil in order to stall the mission vehicle a whole lot longer. So Monash are going to be forced to utilize the dance floor here, I'd say at a minimum. And they're going to have to really commit to this fight. And there you go. Already starting off strong. Clobbering time going to be primed as well. Dixon trying to bring out the end song into this, but they aren't getting much value from it as yet. Smiles in a bit of trouble though, but here's the Rage looking to re-engage Tony. They go strong, but it gets shut down by Joji.
Yeah, Joji on the turret. Netra's fully charged, but Monash aren't fully charged themselves. Netra trying to stall on the mission vehicle. He's going to be a first KO there. Trying to find the second on the Joji on top of Herbie. But Herbie is safe and sound, sitting Britty. Looking towards the second point capture here. We're going to be seeing a portal from Smiles this close.
It's going to be right in time, Tony. OT play ready to get on display. It's the Kumbio unleashed into the Eternal Bond there, and the final judgment from Joji. Exactly what they needed to shut down the white box, but no, they cancel out the Feast of the Abyss. The Agamotto up front, though, gets the job done, and the Monash Mutants going to be able to propel themselves ahead there. Evor's the last player standing. We'll be able to stall it out a lot longer than I considered. But alas, Monash get it over the line, and now they have an extra minute and a half.
Minute 30 for Mutants to keep going here. RMIT gonna be putting Smiles back on Mag here, see what he can do. Of course, still the triple strategist light up, an effective one. Luna and White Fox team up is a very hard one to deal with. Smiles, you can see Wosh floating around here, diving on his back line. He's turning towards the front of the fight because he has to hold up the space. The rest of the strategists happy to guard for each other here as well. Backed up by Avors, can dish out some quick damage on a Wosh. They're not careful. Metro does have that Psionic Seduction available. We'll try to walk it up here, and we'll try to find the strategist over towards the corner. Avors will find Joji, who swapped over to the Namor. Smiles has found two with the primary, and Avors will follow to suit the Smiles, and Avors, the Netro will get another slam. It's 30 seconds for Monash on the clock.
Ooh, 30 seconds and a dream here. Are they going to be able to make it come true, Tony? They have the rage to deal with. No strategist ultimates online for them yet, so ultimately, if RMIT strike at the right time here, shot down while at a minimum, they might actually be able to break through this. But as I say that, the time window for that is getting lower and lower while in big trouble. The focus is unlimited, Tony. They get the perfect KO. They can't sustain through this now.
Oh my word. Meteor from Smiles to the dunk on a Joji. JMT, Monash, they're falling. Everybody trying to touch Wosh with the Feast of the Abyss back. But it is going to be as well. Fate of both worlds from Wild. They will be able to stabilize for just a little bit longer. But Fate of both worlds back from RMIT. Matt, they're stabilizing and they're walking back on towards this mission vehicle.
Eternal Bond online as well, but they get off the mission vehicle! Again, Tony! M9! Not like this, Tony! Not again!
Oh no, not like this. Not like this, Monash. That was such a good Eternal Bond. You just had to kite it around Herbie. But Rin a little bit too deep, a little bit too far forward. You can't blame Rin there. That's just what you do with Cloak and Dagger. Eternal Bond, far forward as possible. Take a lot of space. Take a lot of the room. But RMIT, what a hold there at that final mark. It almost was held at second point there, so RMIT stalling out the clock perfectly. Great slam from Smiles. And you know Monash are under threat now. You see Joji swap off his covered Daredevil. Something's going wrong.
Something's gone very wrong. And now Joji going to be playing into the Elsa again. We're going to farm up another Hexatone. We'll see if they can get in the zone for that. As we said it before, let's see if they can do it again. And for now, though, RMIT's time to try and prime up, give it their absolute best onto this, and see if they have it in them to take it all the way.
Yeah, this is going to be important for the Monash Mutants. They've got Wosh now on the ban pool too, one of the staples of Wosh's pool. We saw Venom. We've seen a lot of things as well. I believe we saw the Groot at some stage. Going back to that last one. Netra Smiles, strong front line here from RMIT, of course. Netra, teammate of Air Ninjas in Vulcan Red. And, well, Smiles, you know, currently on the sub roster for TXA. So, fair share of experience across this RMIT black front line. Air Ninja going to be dropping down low. Going to be playing very safe. We can see the reversal here from RMIT. They're going to be playing on the backside towards Monash and Spawn. And for Monash, now they're in a little bit of a predicament. They have to fight for the space back here because RMIT can sit here as long as possible and hide behind the walls.
Yeah, they can sustain through, play the angles and look to just give it the best that they can, you know, isolate out the lines of sight. Then Monash can exploit to trickle ahead more damage here. All the same, Banhammer going to be coming out right now, so Monash are looking to fight back onto this one. Not able to really enable themselves from it though. RMIT are the ones taking aim at this. Do have the range available as well. Apex Predator coming out. Big delivery. Priming up.
Oh.
It's Joji time. 3 down across the board there. And looking to draw the sword to more.
I have to give credit to Joji. This Elsa always looks clean every time we see it. The kiting is so effectively on the ultimate, and that kiting is very important. It's a very hard thing to do. Not every Elsa player can do that. But Joji does it so effortlessly. It looks easy to do. Monash now, good hold for them. Inside of RMIT Black, they need to try and find themselves an opening KO, where Netra might have picked off Joji just like that.
Pick him off just like that and ready. See if they can take advantage of one of their high performers being zoned out of the game as RMIT take a ton of space off it. Eternal Bond coming out, but it's going to be the Psionic Seduction, which allows Wild to go down. Traded out onto Tuxie though. Whoosh is aware and present and does catch Netra. Going to be the fate of both worlds are pushed online by Untitled here. Ready to allow their team to clear more space onto this one. And that means the mission vehicle, he keeps on moving, Tony, and they can zone it around the ambulance with great prowess.
Yeah, you can see Smiles poking through that ambulance too, kind of able to get a little bit of chip damage in. It's going to snipe on a Joji on top of everybody from Monash. Nobody giving Joji the care that's necessary to keep him up. Now Wosh will pop that Banhammer, try to find something from the back Pikachu as well with that Maelstrom. He is good, but Kumio on the backside, this is doing so much. Fate of both worlds is needed here for a while just to keep the mutants up, but Meteor's gonna come out and Song isn't gonna stop the Meteor from happening. Rin's taken out on the fate of both worlds here. That I thought that would be Smiles' target, but it's still RMIT Black pushing forward. Joji trying to make something happen. Portal comes, but the percentage has been capped.
Too little, too late there, Tony. So it means RMIT will be able to get it across the capture point and move on ahead to greater pursuits here. They're already trying to isolate out the KO onto Pikachu there. They're taking damage, too much damage as a matter of fact. Luckily, the rest of their team will be able to play from angles in order to keep them pumped up in the fight here. But RMIT, they're still not stopping. You know, they're getting closer and closer to the halfway point for the next capture point, and maybe they're beyond as they look to push ahead once more.
And for RMIT, it's about not grouping up. There is going to be the Apex Predator. It's going to be turned and burned by RMIT. In fact, that Rage of Ultron with the Snowflake on top, getting pocketed by the Luna. So hard to deal with. Tuxie perfectly using that one. Now they have to be careful. I believe that is Wosh in their backline. Ben having to come out, but focused up immediately. RMIT Black, just such a great attention to detail. Just turn and burn the dive that comes through from Monash Mutants. And now they continue the fight on their terms. Netra taking up all the space here with Smiles. For Monash Mutants, they're going to have to concede another point here, Matt. It's going to be 2 and 3 minutes 30 for RMIT to continue.
Well done, well played there off the back of the Carbon Crush and the back of unfortunate pathing from Pikachu. They will be able to push ahead once again. Now finding the straggling KO onto Dixon there. This allows even more space to be taken by RMIT here. They're almost built up to a full deck of ultimates, Tony. And they shut down the Akamoto! Oh no, Pikachu! This is the worst case scenario, Tony!
Oh my word, Netra, you beast. That is insane play from RMIT. And now they've got all the ultimates, and Netra's gonna let them know about it. Psionic Seduction coming through with the Meteor on the backside. Rin is gonna be able to fade away though, able to live for the moment. Fate of both worlds coming out, and it is going to be Strong Inferno. Bang! Joji doesn't even know what hit him. In from the skies and down below. Monash are falling piece by piece. It's RMIT with the Kumio on top of Herbie. Song isn't going to find anything from Dixon. No, it's RMIT Black taking home Midtown and taking home the series 2-0, Matt.
Oh my goodness, can you believe this? RMIT Black bounce back and take away the series 2-0 against the Monash Mutants. I cannot believe what we've just witnessed, Tony. RMIT have locked in and have managed to take a victory. My goodness, what an insane series we just bared witness to. Wow, I'm just left taken aback by the impact on all sides.
Yeah, I'm lost for words. Netra was absolutely dominant here in the Emma Frost the whole series. Netra really came to life, but as well, the triple strategist, Toogsy getting pocketed by Untitled, Air Ninja going absolute beast mode there with those Kumihos, just shutting down so much of Monash, trying to turn that fight back in their favor. Joji did his damnedest, Matt. Wosh tried to find some banhammers, but they were shut down. Again, I have to credit RMIT's communication. Just turn and burn the dive that came their way. And if I'm a strategist, I'm thanking my lucky stars I got Vanguards like Smiles and Netra.
Yeah, absolutely, Tony. You're going to be thanking your lucky stars and everything there beyond for what you've borne witness to there. And I'm really impressed with how they've been able to keep themselves well composed, utilizing the Carbon Crushers in order to just set up the KOs that they desperately needed there. Like, that's just communication and teamwork to a T, and it worked out fantastically for them and theirs.
Yeah, it's got to feel bad, right? Monash, they fought so valiantly. Joji had an Hexa on domination. Normally you see Monash really take it to him after, Joji finds that Hexa. They're going to be feeling confident about that, but they lost domination in such a heartbreaking fashion there. RMIT were just able to whittle them down, and in those moments of clutch, RMIT were able to come up clutch.
Yeah, they clutched it out when it mattered there, Tony, and I mean, I can't believe it. Monash, they put in whatever they could into that one. There was a lot of huge plays that came out from their camp as well. Just amazing work. But speaking of amazing work, Tony, I want to say a big shout out to each and every one of our teams for the impressive play they put in today. Very excited for more where that came from. And let's take a look at how today played out for that matter.
Yeah, we had an interesting day of games. USyd and Adelaide Uni, 2-1 to Adelaide Uni. And then, of course, Swinburne RMIT. It was a 2-1 for RMIT. And then we saw Monash Mutants take a clean 2-0 over UNSW Hal. And then, of course, we saw Raw take on QUT in a quick 2-0 fashion. Matt, some closer games here in our first results page.
Yeah, gotta admit, it's really great to see the competitive side of things there. But obviously on this side, a little bit less so. We got some 2-0s across the board for the Macquaries and UTS and Deakin there, RMIT Red and Monash Maniacs. So, it'll be some clean endeavors all across those universities.
Yeah, good day to be RMIT, it would seem, as we, of course, check out our results page once again. They're going to be 2-0 to Swinburne against Deakin. Macquarie Crimson getting taken out 2-0 there by USyd. And then a close game, UNSW Raw versus Macquarie Onyx, a 2-1 to the UNSW Raw side. And then, of course, RMIT eating good today, 2-1 here. RMIT Red taking out UNSW. How, Matt? So some interesting results, a lot of 2-1s in there. Of course, we saw on that first page and as well on this this third page here.
Yeah, really a solid results coming out, but that's not all that it came from, Tony. There's more on this side as we see QUT took it away 2-0 against the Monash Maniacs. RMIT Black take it away 2-0 against the Monash Mutants. Can you believe it? And UTS managed to take it away 2-0 against Adelaide University. So, what a story that today told.
Absolutely. That's going to probably shake up the standings as we'll, of course, check it out here. UNSW Raw still undefeated at 8-0, but UTS now second place for them, 7-1. Mutants fall to third with that loss there to RMIT. And QUT as well getting a well-deserved victory to their board, now tied with the Mutants. RMIT as well now tied for third here. Matt, what a shake-up here in the standings.
Triple threat onto that one. Can't believe it. And going to be leaving some teams trying to fight even harder into this one. But Macquarie are going to be in sixth place there, just shy of that third place battle. RMIT Red are one and the same, pretty close by, but not quite there yet. And Swinburne going to be in eighth place there. All these teams, just vowing to give it their all. But that's not all that there was, Tony.
That's not all. Of course, we check out our second page here. Adelaide Uni at 3 and 5. USyd at 3 and 6. And of course, for the side of UNSW, Howe 2 and 6. Deacon and Macquarie Crimson at that 1 and 7. Hopefully to get a win to their board. We saw Crimson duke it out with their sister team, and it was pretty close, Matt. Crimson probably some things to work on, but still definitely have it in them. And of course, Monash Maniacs down at that 0 and 8. Of course, they've still got some things to work on too. I imagine it's going to get way crazier going into the later stage here of the Elite Series.
Oh, yeah. This is just the beginning, my man. It's going to get even crazier coming forward. And very excited for what else is going to be in store for us, Tony. You know, we got some good things cooking up in the mix there. Don't you worry about that. But what you got to worry about right now is our sponsors. A big shout out to none other than AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And of course, a big shout out as well to HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech, from high spec to precision gear. Officeworks has what you need.
That's the ticket, Tony. And a big shout out to Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. So big shout out to each and every single one of our sponsors. You know it, you love it, and definitely appreciate it. All the same, make sure you check out our AEL competition there, AU Esports League, on all our various social medias. That's on X, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. You know it. You love it. Make sure you check it out. And speaking of checking it out, Tony, a reminder to all, there is going to be a player break next week. We'll be back on the 19th with more action. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. We're definitely excited for what's to come. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. We appreciate you coming along, and we'll see you in the next one.